Thank you very much. May we have our seats.
Welcome to Nigeria, a fascinating country. Take a trip through one of the most beautiful places on earth. A journey of discovery. Located on the western shores of Africa, Nigeria is a welcoming country which promises a fascinating experience for everyone. Welcome to Abuja, the capital of the country. Here you will discover Nigeria's religious and cultural diversity, while enjoying the many international hotels offering first-rate hospitality and top-of-the-class business facilities.
Our vision is to be amongst the best airport groups in the world. We are on a journey, building terminals that will accommodate thousands of travelers moving seamlessly and enjoying world-class facilities. Go on and seal that business deal while you wait. Connect to the world and rekindle friendships.
At the time before COVID, Nigeria Aviation becomes the fastest growing sector of the economy. The airlines are doubled, the passenger number are quadrupled, number of airlines doubled, number of airports doubled, all within the Buhari administration of 6 years.
I would like to see that Nigerian aviation industry continue to be private sector led and driven, and that there is more efficiency and safety in the sector. And doing that, we have added 50 million capacity to 4 airports. Recently, we're building more runways, we're treating the issues of airness, and all of those things that will make aviation smooth, efficient, safe, and the most preferred option of transportation. And if you look at continental Africa, the only way that AU Agenda 2063 can be achieved really is by aviation, because rail and road takes a tremendous amount of quantum money to establish and to maintain over a continent of 54 countries in 30.4 square kilometers.
This terminal tells the story of our people. Warm and hospitable, resilient business minds, dreamers and go-getters. Experience the ease of doing business here.
Nigeria, a country with a bold identity yet unforgettable style. After Nigeria and the world discovered each other, the world keeps on discovering more about this great land we call home. Nigeria is often referred to as the giant of Africa, owing to its large population and economy. Nigeria is the most populous country in Africa, the most populous black nation, and the 7th most populous country in the world. With vibrant sectors like agriculture, industry, services, entertainment and movie production, sports, and the newly imagined and vibrant tech development space, all contributing to a GDP is constantly breaking every barrier to exponential economic growth, placing it as the preferred choice of investment. Our rich and diverse ancient cultures are kept alive by the wonderful people you meet as you make your way into our corner of the universe. With 22 airports, 5 of which are international, the journey into Nigeria and the connection of its vibrant cities has become easier to navigate for the frequent traveler. The Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria (FAN) is constantly upgrading ways to provide good services to both passengers and airlines. Acting on the executive orders from the presidency, every effort has been made regarding security agencies and streamlined checkpoints at both arrival and departure. Facilities and infrastructure have been upgraded, from flight information displays to directional display units and even car parking. All have been refurbished to keep the newer travelers oriented and comfortable in our airports, keeping our promise for increased ease of doing business. So, from arrival to departure, we have things in place to ensure the seamless travel experience for all airport users. With a strong and appreciable growth in the hospitality industry, your stay in Nigeria is never short of maximum comfort, with an array of mouth-watering cuisines and, of course, the most talked about delicacy, our jollof rice. From our wildlife and ancient forests to distinct historic monuments surrounded by unruined landscapes, it's no wonder Nigeria has remained a host to numerous UNESCO heritage sites. Beauty awaits you in our vibrant cities and warm towns, the picturesque, rustic and rural scenery. There's so much waiting for every expectant guest of Nigeria. Welcome to Nigeria, a place we call home. See you in Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Warm round of applause for the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Our chief host, the Amiable Minister of Aviation, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Hadi Sirika. Allow me welcome your very esteemed guest, the Secretary General of ICAO, our own Mr. Juan Carlos Salazar. One round of applause for him. In the same vein, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have seated the very distinguished Honorable Minister, Senior Minister of State for Sustainability and Environment, Republic of Singapore, Dr. Amy Cole. One round of applause for her, please. Join me to celebrate the regional directors of ICAO in Africa from ESAF, our own Mr. Barry Kashambo. One round of applause for him. WACAF, West Africa and Central Africa, we have Mr. Prosper Zo Minto. Let's celebrate him, please. In our midst, distinguished delegates, dear friends, the ICAO Director Air Transport is here celebrating. A warm round of applause for him too. ICAO Director Technical Cooperation, Buriu. Let's celebrate them. We have Secretary Generals here. We have DGs of CAs all here. Dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Welcome to Abuja. We're persuaded these 5 days you're spending with us will leave a lasting taste in your consciousness of the beauty and the wonderful ambience of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to welcome the Director General of the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, Captain Musa Nuhu.
Good morning, all. Honorable Ministers here present, the Secretary General of ICAO Council, Mr. Juan Carlos Salazar, the ICAO Director of Air Transport Bureau, Mr. Mohamed Rama, the ICAO Director of Technical Cooperation Bureau, Mr. Jorge Vargas, ICAO Regional Directors, members, representatives of Africa on the ICAO Council, AFI Group members, Director Generals here present, Secretary Generals of international organizations here present, industry stakeholders, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great pleasure and an honor for me to welcome you to Nigeria for this 7th African Indian Ocean AFI Aviation Week and the 9th Director General CA meeting being organized by International Civil Aviation Organization. On behalf of my Honorable Minister of Aviation, Senator Hadi Sirika, I wish to express my deepest gratitude and appreciation for your attendance and to give you all a warm welcome to Abuja, Nigeria. As you are all aware, air transportation is a catalyst and accelerator of economic growth and development of states. And the recent unprecedented impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has further shown the importance of air transport to the global economy. The air transport is important and critical to achievement of the AU Agenda 2063, which is anchored on the single African air transport market. So this event, it's an important step towards achieving those goals, especially on the eligibility requirements for participation in the air transport, single African air transport market in terms of effective implementation on both the safety and security audit. Organizing this physical person meeting at this time when the industry is still struggling to recover from the impact of the pandemic is quite commendable, and also taking into consideration the crisis created by the conflict in Europe and the quantum increase in the price of jet aviation fuel, which has negatively impacted the recovery from the COVID-19. It will be deliberate and come up with practical outcomes that will complement the all ongoing efforts in building back better and facilitating an industry recovery as we aspire to build a resilient and flexible industry. The experience of the last 2 years has underscored the fact that overcoming challenges and achieving meaningful growth in the industry can only be achieved through cooperation, collaboration, and coordination amongst the various stakeholders, both public and private and international organizations. I'm therefore optimistic that this event, which is a combination of many meetings, will further enhance the collaborative efforts within the AFI regions in areas of safety, security, facilitation, environment, and human capacity development. While thanking ICAO for providing direction and leadership to states during this devastating period of the pandemic, I wish to emphasize the fact that our gathering this morning is an opportunity not just to listen to ICAO's efforts and standards in the areas of safety, security, facilitation, efficiency, and environment, but for us to identify our challenges which have been exacerbated by the impact of the economy and the recent significant increase in cost of Jet A1 fuel, and collectively provide practical regional solutions and strategies to addressing these issues. This is the only way to come out with far-reaching conclusions and recommendations that will enhance speedy recovery of the industry and chart new and practical directions, not just to enhance development and growth of air transportation industry, but most importantly, to boost trade and tourism and the effective implementation of the African Union 2063 agenda. I wish to thank His Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, whose under regime the aviation sector has received significant support and resources in Nigeria, and also the Honorable Minister of Aviation, Senator Hadi Sirika, for unflinching support to the regulatory body and conduct of functions and provision of the aviation roadmap to firmly put Nigerian aviation in the right and proper context on the African country. Finally, my appreciation goes to the local organizing committee for all their efforts in making this event a success. Your Excellencies and distinguished colleagues, once again, I will give you a warm welcome to this important event and hope you take a time to look around Abuja and join the warm hospitality, African hospitality of Nigeria, and encourage your full participation and deliberations in this event. Thank you very much for listening.
Another warm round of applause for him, please. His Excellency, the Nigerian High Commissioner to Canada is here. Join me welcome Ambassador Deyinka Ashekon. A warm round of applause for him, please. Saving the best for the last, just wanted to celebrate our Interim Secretary General of AFCAC, African Civil Aviation Commission, Ms. Angeline Simana. Let's celebrate her, please.
Honorable Minister of Aviation, Honorable Sirika Hadi of Nigeria, Singapore Senior Minister of State for the Ministry of Transport, Ministry of Sustainability and the Environment, Dr. Amin Gore, Representative of the African Union, Eric Tantangero, Secretary General of the International Civil Aviation Organization, Mr. Juan Carlos Salazar, the Director Air Transport Bureau, AKO Bureau, Mohammed, the Regional Directors, Mr. Barry Kasambo and Prosper Somenta, VP South, representing the President of the AFCAC Bureau, as well as the Bureau in its entirety, Ms. Anile Mtetwa Amasi, Director Generals of Civil Aviation Authorities present here, representative of the international and regional organizations, chairpersons of the AFI and AFI Sector Plan, Ambassador Levis Mabaso, and CAPS Chujuke, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Moderator, it is indeed an honor and a privilege to me to represent AFCAC and add our voice to the inauguration of this AFI Aviation Week 2022 and welcome you all to the 4 different meetings which will take place here in this beautiful city of Abuja. My special thanks goes to the government and the people of Nigeria for hosting this milestone event, giving us cautious optimism that despite the devastating effects of COVID-19, the situation is slowly returning to normalcy. Thank you for generously hosting this very important event in this beautiful city of Abuja and for providing excellent facilities, services for all delegates here. At the same time, I would like to thank everybody here for committing their valuable time and resources towards ensuring the success of the consecutive meetings of the AFI Week, whose main goal is to improve aviation safety, security, and facilitation, and the sustainable development of air transport on the African continent. I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to ACAO for organizing the AFI Aviation Week events and the ACAO Secretary General, Mr. Juan Carlos Salazar, whose presence is a demonstration of ACAO's continued commitment to provide technical guidance and support to our continent, particularly in the areas of aviation safety, aviation security, the environment protection, as well as the sustainable development of air transport. Ladies and gentlemen, related to this event, allow me please to first make reference to key outcomes of the 33 AFCAC plenary that was held in Kigali, Rwanda last year from 1st to 3rd December, which mandated AFCAC to, amongst other things, assist member states to fully implement recovery recommendations established by the African Union-led high-level task force on COVID-19, begin implementation of the 10-year strategic plan of AFCAC and its business plan, and pursue capacity building initiatives with our regional international partners. The year 2020 marks the beginning of AFCAC's triennial business plan, and this plan was developed taking into consideration AFCAC's constitution and member states' needs, with special focus on capacity building activities to ensure member states' capability for safety oversight function and security and compliance with ACAO standards and recommended practices, and sustainable development of the air transport market in Africa. The 7th AFI Week will provide required pointers to assist AFCAC states to refocus on the triennial objectives for sustainable development of air transport. On the other hand, capacity building and activities are provided to member states through courses made available by our esteemed international partners, such as the Singapore Civil Aviation Authority and others. Today, you will witness the signing of a memorandum of understanding between AFCAC and the government of Singapore, represented, as I have already mentioned, by Dr. Amy Kaur, the Minister of State for the Ministry of Transport, Ministry of Sustainability and the Environment, to continue the capacity building programs which already have seen hundreds of African aviation professionals trained over the years. At the same time, you will witness the launching of a training needs survey which will establish the skills gaps in Africa so that future training provided by our international partners and ourselves will be tailored and fit for purpose, addressing Africans' peculiar needs. Closely related to the capacity building initiative is AFCAC's collaboration with key partners and implementation of the Joint Prioritized Action Plan, which addresses 6 pillars for sustainable development of air transport in Africa. In order to ensure the effective implementation of the planned triennial activities, AFCAC sourced funds from its international partners such as the African Development Bank, the World Bank, AU, and others. AFCAC will continue to provide technical support to member states in the areas of safety, security, environment, and air transport. Ever since the last Aviation Week, held virtually from 15 to 16 July 2021, a number of programs have been pursued under the AFI plan to ensure aviation safety and security had positive results. The 8th edition of the RASC AFI Annual Safety Report, year 2021, to be released this week, also sums up the positive safety trends in the AFRI region as the rate of accidents continues to show a downward trend. The decreasing trend in accident rate thus far is an encouraging performance indicator that we are on the right trajectory. This positive trend is a result of collective efforts by all African states. Allow me to please commend you all for a job well done. The current impact towards the implementation of the revised Abuja safety targets and ANS performance indicators set by the ministers responsible for transport in 2012 needs to be accelerated through coordinated infrastructure development, capacity building programs, assistance missions such as the AFI CIS and AFI CES program, and intensified regional training. Monitoring implementation of such programs can only be done effectively through use of appropriate IT tools such as management information systems. That is why AFCAC, in collaboration with ARCA, will develop adequate IT-based tools to continue to monitor and report the implementation of the status of member states. In the air transport arena, research shows that global air traffic will double over the next 15 years. This will offer significant opportunities for our states within the African Indian Ocean region to provide the economic infrastructure and social security that, amongst others, will enable their respective citizens to flourish socially, to create their own economic security. The African travel market is undoubtedly one of the fastest developing and the most promising air travel regions, but its growth is impacted by protectionism, lack of complementarity between competition and other public policies, including sectoral regulations, trade policies, and public procurement to stimulate market-driven innovations to provide a conducive environment for sustainable development of the air transport market. Despite these policy setbacks and the impacts of COVID-19, civil aviation still supports almost 7 million jobs and contributes significantly towards the gross domestic product for our respective national economies and governments. Restoration of public confidence in aviation is paramount for the industry to gain its 2019 momentum, and therefore its capability to support jobs beyond the airport ecosystem. In this regard, AFCAC wishes to encourage member states to uniformly implement recovery strategies as recommended by the ACAO CART and the AU HLTF recommendations. Needless to say, air transport remains a key enabler to achieve the Africa we want. Furthermore, the Single African Air Transport Market is a flagship project of the AU Agenda 2063, championed by AFCAC and the 35 signatory states to the solemn commitment to implement SATM, which is key to the ultimate goal for the continent's economic integration. As this program unfolds, you will appreciate that important milestones have so far been achieved consistent with SATM roadmap and states that have not yet joined the SATM, initiatives are there to urge them to join so that we together can forge ahead. In conclusion, I would like to appeal to all of us gathered here today to work towards in the coming days and beyond to ensure sustainable development of aviation safety, security, facilitation, and the African continent by taking stock of the targets developed by the ministers in both Abuja and the Windhoek Declaration and the political commitment made through this respective ministerial declaration. I have confidence in our ability to build on these successes throughout the AFI week. Thank you for your kind attention.
Please celebrate her again. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me also celebrate the presence of the members of the ICAO Council and the AFI group members here. One round of applause for them. My immediate boss, the Executive Director, Bagaso, the RSO, is here, Captain Tiden Bai. One round of applause for him, please. We have the CEOs of the aviation family Nigeria here, the DG NIMET, NAMA, NCAT, FAN, AIB, and you already know the DGCA Nigeria. One round of applause in a collective for them. This morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have the African Union Commission, and the commissioner is ably represented this morning by Mr. Eric Nta Gen Gerua. Let's celebrate him as he comes forward for his goodwill message. Celebrate him, please.
Honorable Minister for Aviation of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senior Minister of State for Transport of Singapore, Secretary General of ICAO, Regional Directors of ICAO, and representative of ICAO to the Council of ICAO, the representatives of AFRA, IATA, KENSO, AATO, ASECNA, and all other air transport stakeholders, dear Interim Secretary General of AFCAC, Director Generals of Civil Aviation Authorities, representatives of regional safety and security organizations, all our air transport stakeholders, and all protocol observed. My name is Eric Nagengerwa. I'm the Acting Head of Transport and Mobility, representing Her Excellency Dr. Amani Abu Zaid, Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy at African Union Commission. First and foremost, I wish to thank ICAO for inviting AUC to this important 7th Aviation Week, involving all African air transport stakeholders in the AFI region to share experiences and to build on concrete measures for a favorable regulatory environment in support of a sustainable recovery of the African air transport sector. I also wish to thank you all for all the support and partnerships established with AUC since 2020, especially at the time when the African air transport sector faced unprecedented challenges due to COVID-19 pandemic. I wish to thank you all for the support given to African member states in the implementation of continental and global recovery strategies for the air transport sector. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused devastating impact on the lives and livelihoods of countries all over the world, and the aviation industry, leading to deep losses and reduction in GDP, jobs, access to finance, and industry revenue. The rapid progress in the administration of vaccines has offered hope of an end to the worst of the damage caused by the pandemic. But there are many challenges to be achieved by Africa to get the target of 60% of vaccination rate in Africa by the end of 2022, as set by the Africa CDC. The economic and social impact of the pandemic on African countries and the industry become more severe, such that waiting for a full vaccine rollout is not a sustainable option. Dear participants, this Aviation Week should provide an opportunity to exchange on key challenges affecting the restart and recovery of the African air transport industry. According to the recent statistics from IATA, over the past year, the governments around the world have provided over 400 billion to airlines to support their survival and restart efforts, and given the importance of aviation to economies. For Africa, this figure has been around $2.7 billion only by end of 2021. This included the government support in the form of providing loans, guarantees, wage subsidies, and direct cash injection to airlines. The African Union Commission continues to urge African states and our key development finance institutions to further support African airlines using many forms, including deferral of charges and taxes, whenever possible, for sovereign guarantees for private airlines, wage subsidies, and other payment support. In 2021, the AU Ministers of Transport and Health joined efforts and rolled out the Saving Lives, Saving Economies, and Livelihoods campaign, an African Union task force composed of AUC, AFCAC, ICAO, the Africa CDC, AFRA, IATA, and WHO, was established and made a call to African countries to work towards harmonizing pre-entry and exit requirements in order to increase mutual recognition and cross-border information exchange and for cross-collaboration between different sectors and stakeholders. The PCR test is still putting Africa at disadvantage. The PCR test being the standard test required for African states costs between $30 to $150 per test across countries in Africa. An increase of 10% of travel costs, as you know, can reduce the demand at continental level by 15%, according to IATA. In order to support a sustainable reopening of air transport services, the African Union, through Africa CDC, is recommending member states to encourage the use of rapid diagnostic antigen tests for fully vaccinated passengers. The AU Task Force on the Safe Reopening of Borders is also working on harmonizing existing digital platforms for traveler health credentials and border requirements. It is also important to ensure that the adopted platforms are interoperable and are recognized by the other regions to address the issue of restrictions to travel within or out of Africa. On this note, the AUC is urging governments to continue to provide timely and accurate updates on their health protocols or requirements and to continue to provide digital COVID-19 vaccination certificates. The operationalization of the single African air transport market is still among the AU key priorities to ensure sustainable restart and recovery of the industry, and also to improve air transport connectivity in support of the African Continental Free Trade Area. I'm glad to inform you that AUC finalized the continental study on the benefits of SATAM, which is now serving as an advocacy tool to urge remaining states to join. The revised Windhoek targets on aviation security and facilitation, as well as the recommendations on air transport cost reduction in Africa through the application of ICAO policies on taxes and charges, have been adopted by the ministers in charge of air transport last year, and thereafter endorsed by the AU summit held in February 2022. It is my hope that all the efforts being made in areas of safety, security, and facilitation will continue to focus on improving passenger travel experience and will contribute to rebuilding confidence to travel within and outside Africa in a cost-effective way for the sustainable recovery of the industry. The collaboration among transport and health sectors will be key to harmonize procedures at airports and to rebuild passenger confidence in the post-COVID-19 recovery. Our current key priorities now and next year include establishment of a strong regulatory framework to implement SATAM and remove all bottlenecks that are still preventing the continent to enjoy the full benefits of a safe, secure, and sustainable air transport industry. A second key priority is to develop a seamless airspace and air navigation services architecture to support SATAM. The full operationalization of SATAM and particularly the improvement of connectivity and enhancements of safety and security is seen as important enabler of continental free trade area and the socio-economic transformation of Africa that we all want to see in the next few years. I will end my remarks by inviting all our member states to actively participate at the lab workshop organized by the African Airline Association in June 2022. The objective of the lab workshop will be to engage in a honest discussion on the challenges affecting full operationalization of SATAM and sustainable development of air transport, borrowing from the 6 secrets of business turnaround from the CEO of Malaysian Airlines, which are the game of the impossible, anchoring on principles and leadership, discipline of action, situational leadership, winning coalitions, and divine intervention. I once again thank and appreciate existing collaboration between AUC, ICAO, civil aviation authorities, and all our key stakeholders. I also commend all the ongoing efforts to support a safe and sustainable recovery of the African air transport industry. On behalf of Commissioner Dr. Amani Abu Zaid, I thank you and wish you a successful 7th ICAO AFI week.
African Union, let's celebrate our own. Our amiable Chief Host, Honorable Minister of Aviation, Nigeria, Senator Hadi Sirika. Very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Safety is a journey, not a destination. We'll keep deepening it, comparing notes, fine-tuning, and agreeing that with a zero target of incidences and accident, we'll get there in one fell swoop. Team play is all the vision that we envisage for Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me at this juncture invite one of our key players, amiable nation, doing aviation so well, with a lot of benchmarks, that this morning, when the fullness of time is come, they will be signing an MOU. But before then, for a good way, allow me welcome Senior Minister of State for Sustainability and Environment, Republic of Singapore, Dr. Amy Koh. Celebrate her, please.
Your Excellency, Senator Hadi Sirika, Minister for Aviation of Nigeria, Excellencies, ICAO Secretary General Mr. Juan Carlos Salazar, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Kilon Chele, Sanu. Good morning to one and all. I would like to thank the Government of Nigeria and International Civil Aviation Organization, or ICAO, for the warm welcome and hospitality, and for inviting Singapore to this event. It is my first visit to Nigeria, and indeed it is my pleasure to be here in the company of friends. The AFI plan and AFI SACFEL plan are key cornerstones of ICAO's strategic objectives in advancing aviation safety and security globally. Both programs have made a positive impact to aviation development in Africa by bringing in resources from ICAO and other partner organizations, strengthening the aviation safety and security culture in Africa. The emergence of COVID-19 has brought various new safety-related challenges globally. Aircraft and crew would need to be reactivated after long periods of low activities. As aviation recovers and operations are ramped up, regulators will need to uphold the highest safety standards and rebuild confidence among the traveling public on the safety of air travel. There are similar challenges in keeping up aviation security, where security measures and standards cannot be compromised. Security personnel, aviation workers, and travelers need to comply with safety and security procedures and adhere closely to the COVID-19 public health measures. There will also be a need to maintain the pre-pandemic level of aviation security as airlines and airports begin to rehire and or retrain workers who had been retrenched, furloughed, or reallocated for other duties during the COVID period. One of the key hallmarks of the civil aviation sector has been its ability to harness the collective strength of international collaboration. We would need to continue working on the commitments made by the ICAO High-Level Conference on COVID, or HLCC, on enhancing cooperation among states to enable the safe and efficient recovery of the global aviation sector, while managing public health risks. Today, as an international civil aviation community, we can broaden and strengthen our efforts to restore civil aviation activities, including enhancing aviation safety, security, facilitation, and sustainability among all stakeholders. In this spirit, I'm pleased to announce that Singapore will be happy to make contributions totaling US $100,000 in cash and in kind to the AFI plan and the AFI SACFAL plan. This is to advance ICAO's strategic objectives on aviation safety and security. We hope that through this partnership, ICAO, Africa, and Singapore would be able to learn from our collective experiences and promote efforts to help in recovery of the civil aviation sector. This year, we also mark 25 years of relations between Singapore and the African Civil Aviation Commission, or AFCAT. Over the past 25 years, Singapore and the AFCAT member states have been working closely on many areas to strengthen civil aviation cooperation, especially in information sharing and civil aviation training, learning, as well as benefiting from each other's experiences and views. A key aspect of this excellent ties is the AFCAT-CAAS Memorandum of Understanding, which was first signed in 1997 to develop aviation professionals in the region. Over 8,000 participants from the AFCAT member states have attended training programs conducted by the Singapore Aviation Academy, or SAA. Despite the pandemic, we have supported and deepened our conversations and forged new modes of collaboration with the AFCAT on key civil aviation issues. We have kept up our commitment to provide civil aviation training to aviation professionals from Africa and around the world through continuing training exchanges, even if it meant that it has to be virtual. In this regard, I'm pleased to announce that Singapore, through the CAAS, is honored to strengthen our partnership with AFCAT through the renewal and expansion of the AFCAT-CAAS MOU for another 3 years. Thank you. Over the next 3 years, the CAAS will be increasing the training fellowships for the AFCAT and will provide customized training programs for AFCAT member states tailored to the training needs of the region. Singapore has also eased our travel restrictions, and the Singapore Aviation Academy will welcome international course participants physically from next month. So I look forward to seeing many of you there in Singapore. I'm also pleased to announce that we will hold an annual AFCAT CAAS Directors General Roundtable. This follows from the roundtables on aviation recovery held in 2020 and 2021, where all participants benefited from the views and perspectives shared, building greater appreciation of the common challenges faced and the possible solutions that could be applied. We look forward to the rich sharing and insights from the roundtable sessions. A global aviation recovery takes hold. Indeed, it is taking hold. You can see that the airports are really a lot more busy now. It will be important to adopt an inclusive approach and learn from one another on how to make aviation more resilient against future pandemics and other global challenges. I'm happy to share that Singapore, through the CAAS and the SAA, has worked with the ICAO to develop a new flagship program, the ICAO CAAS Directors General of Civil Aviation Program on Aviation Resilience. We are richer, learning from each other's experiences, and this program will provide a platform for our DGs to share strategies and deepen perspectives on enabling the safe and efficient recovery of civil aviation, and how states, industries, and international organizations can support recovery while managing public health risks. We warmly welcome the DGs from Africa to participate in this program. To conclude, the civil aviation community still has much to do to restore the global aviation industry back on a growth path. As an African proverb goes, every success has its foundation. Singapore stands by its global partners, including all our friends here in Africa, as we journey ahead, strengthen our cooperation, and enhance the training and learning opportunities for our civil aviation professionals, working with the ICAO, industry, and all stakeholders. I'm confident that together we can make progress and elevate our civil aviation sector again. Thank you, and I wish all of you a most fruitful AFI Aviation Week ahead. Thank you.
May I very humbly invite the Secretary General of ICAO for a presentation from Singapore. You will agree with us, is one of our mother deck as far as global aviation is concerned. Celebrate them again. Another warm round of applause, please. Cameras, please. Honourable Minister, let's celebrate her from Singapore. Another warm round of applause for her. Whilst she's on her way to her seat, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency the High Commissioner of Rwanda is here. Rwanda High Commissioner Abuja, Ambassador Stanislas Kamanzi. Warm round of applause for him. You're welcome, Your Excellency, for joining us. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, there's been an argument within the West African coast whose jollof rice is the best. Is it the Ghana jollof rice? Is it the Nigerian jollof rice? Is it the Sierra Leonean jollof rice? And I want for us, before you leave Nigeria, do the Nigerian jollof rice and Senegal jollof rice And please just make sure that the Nigerian jollof rice is the best. If you agree that the Nigerian jollof rice is the best, say aye. If you don't agree, say nay. The ayes have it. Amiable brothers from Africa, our strength is in our unity. Our cohesion is our breakthrough. Our shared experience is our link to a global dimension. The strongest is amongst how well the weakest is. As we shared in this great vision of no country left behind, civil aviation in Africa must be strengthened, must be recalibrated after this very serious pandemic. We're the greatest hit, but God has been good to us. We're gaining altitude again, believing that all we do within these 5 days will strengthen the vision within the AFI region. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to welcome the man on the helm of affairs, driving the vision as the pilot in command. Join me, welcome the Secretary General of ICAO, Mr. Juan Carlos Salazar, for his goodwill message, please.
Honorable Minister for Aviation of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, honorable ministers and dignitaries of the Nigerian administration and institutions, Senior Minister of State of Transport of Singapore, honorable High Commissioners and Ambassadors present here today, representative of the African Union Commission, of the European Union, the Acting Secretary General of the African Civil Aviation Commission, and representatives of other international and regional organizations and associations, Director General of the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, and other Director Generals from the AFI region present here today, ICAO Council and Air Navigation Commission members, directors, colleagues, and friends from ICAO, CEOs of airlines and companies, and other members of the Civil Aviation Fraternity of Nigeria, distinguished delegates, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of ICAO, it is my great honor to welcome you to this 7th consecutive AFI Aviation Week. Allow me first to express our special gratitude to the Federal Republic of Nigeria for accepting to host this prestigious event here in the beautiful city of Abuja. The arrangements and the hospitality that has been extended to us all is beyond any words that we can express. Thank you very much. Your presence here today is a clear demonstration of the strengthening the civil aviation community and solidarity in this continent. Moreover, it is an important acknowledgement that we are stronger and more prosperous when we are better connected, and that nothing can connect Africa as efficiently and reliably as air transport does. Furthermore, I interpret our in-person presence today as another very important step toward putting this pandemic behind us and reconnecting the world. AFI Aviation Week 2022 will feature the DGCA meeting to be held after this ceremony, the meetings of the steering committees for the ICAO AFI plan and AFI SEC plan, SEC facilitation plan, and some important progress reports from key partners and stakeholders. It will also comprise a symposium where topics of common interest, such as the operationalization of the Single African Air Transport Market, or SATAM, current environmental challenges and initiatives, and the status of ICAO global and regional plans implementation will be discussed. The 9th DGCA meeting following this opening session will review and identify priorities relating to the evolution of aviation performance in the AFI region. It will further explore the post-pandemic air traffic recovery forecast, related outcomes from the ICAO High-Level Conference on COVID-19, and ongoing efforts to expand a skilled human resource development in Africa. The ICAO AFI Plan and AFI SECFAL Plan meetings will meanwhile focus on their 2021 implementation reports and the review and approval of their updated 2022 work program and projects. The committees will also review the recommendations of the various regional groups, which play such an important role in helping ICAO to drive continuous aviation safety and security progress in Africa. In this regard, I wish to express our deep gratitude to our partners for their important updates and tremendous contributions, and express my special recognition as well to the AFI Plan's donors, some of them present with us today. Also, I want to recognize the valuable support to other ICAO implementation support programs in the AFI region, such as the Flight Procedures Program, COSCAP, CAPSCA, and other regional projects. Let me now highlight some of our key priorities. In the near term, the recovery of African air transport so that it can safely and securely regain its status as the fastest growing air transport market in the world must be our priority number one. This means addressing persisting regulatory barriers, financial constraints, including taxations, and the still too slow pace for air transport liberalization. ICAO is contributing to these outcomes today through the draft Convention on Foreign Investment in Airlines that we have developed and the new Multilateral Convention on the Liberalization on Air Cargo Services. A second key priority is to make determined efforts to address and decrease CO2 emissions, even as we work together to recover and increase traffic volumes. Here, much of our near-term response will rely on lower emission sustainable aviation fuels, on more efficient operations and flow management, and the global offsetting being managed under the Carbon Offsetting and Reduction Scheme for International Aviation, also known as CORSIA. In the longer term, aircraft will ultimately have to decarbonize. And for that to happen, we need to promote and nurture innovation and move entirely to zero-emission propulsion solutions. The third key priority for us is to build back better and to make our sector more resilient to future pandemic events. This will require us to focus and deliver on a fully digital and contactless passenger experience, and one which seamlessly integrates with digital passenger security, health status, and border control systems overseen by governments. Taken together, these combined challenges help to explain why innovation and resilience are the key themes that we have identified to motivate states in this year's 41st ICAO Triennial Assembly. This event will be seeking several important global commitments later this year, both to augment the incredibly phase of aeronautical and digital development we are now in the midst of, and to consider how it can further augment our traditional strategic objectives for safety, security, efficiency, sustainability, and economic development of air transport. It will also need to reflect on ways to assure digital capabilities and capacities among all states and stakeholders so that no country is left behind as this wave continues to transform international aviation. Success on these priorities here in Africa requires harnessing synergies and strengthening collaboration between the key partners. And I urge you to realize the necessary actions and decisions here this week to solidify and enhance your networks and planning. In the meantime, we look forward to the active participation of AFI states and authorities in the upcoming high-level meeting on the state's long-term aspirational goal, which ICAO will host in Montreal from 20 to 22nd of July. We need the strong voice of this region to be heard at this high-level meeting. I also will urge all African states and relevant organizations to attend the 41st Assembly, which will take place later in September and early October this year, both to assure that African aviation has a strong voice at the global table and to help ICAO underscore through a well-attended, in-person global event that the aviation network is once again bringing the world and its peoples together. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, in closing, I wish to express my sincere gratitude for the partnership and support of African states and aviation stakeholders to ICAO, and to thank you all for your steadfast commitments and to the harmonized development of international civil aviation in this continent. You have made incredible and very steady progress in recent years, and I wish you more of the same resulting from the very dynamic engagements we have ahead of us here in Abuja. ICAO remains fully committed to supporting the developments of civil aviation in Africa and is very appreciative of the member states and organizations' contributions to achieve this goal. Thank you very much for your attention.
That's our SecGen Juan Carlos Salazar. Let's celebrate him again, please. Mr. Juan. Great visionary, team player, go-getter, aviator par excellence. He knows the system. He was a legislator, core aviator, driving policies and vision within the aviation world in Nigeria. One of our own very best. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me welcome our chief host, Honorable Minister of Aviation, Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished Senator Hadi Sirika.
In the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful, honorable ministers here present, especially Dr. Amy Kaur, the Honorable Minister of Sustainability and Environment of the Republic of Korea, representatives on the ICAO Council, our own Secretary General of ICAO, Mr. Juan Carlos Salazar, my friend and brother, the ICAO Director, Air Transport Bureau, Mr. Mohammed Khalifa Rahma, and the ICAO Director, Technical Cooperation Bureau, my friend Mr. Jorge Vargas, and the ICAO Regional Directors of ISAP and WACAF, Directors General of Civil Aviation Authorities around our region and around the world, heads of international organizations here present, industry stakeholders, of course, my friends of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm very honored to be among this eminent gathering of policymakers, aviation regulators, and professionals, as well as industry stakeholders at this 7th Africa and Indian Ocean AFI Aviation Week events organized by International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO. I wish to express the gratitude and warm greetings from our dear President Muhammadu Buhari of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the good people of the country, to you all for attending this very important meeting. I am delighted with the number of high-level personalities that are participating at this important event, particularly having with us our dear SecGen, Mr. Juan Carlos. This high-level representation demonstrates the importance and significance that you all attach to this event. Nigeria's determination to host this meeting is born out of the desire to support the growth of air transportation in the region and ICAO's efforts in facilitating the recovery process of the industry from the unprecedented impact of the deadly COVID-19 pandemic. I wish to thank ICAO, particularly its regional offices in Dakar and Nairobi, as well as the coordinators of AFI Plan, AFI SECFAL, and the RASFAL AFI for sustaining these initiatives over the years. You'll agree with me that these programs have contributed immensely to the development of safety, security, and facilitation in the region and have assisted the region in complying with ICAO standards and recommended practices SAPs, as well as reduction of the number of states with significant safety concerns, SECs. This event is very important, not just to review the impact of these programs vis-a-vis the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, but also to devise new ways of implementing and achieving their objectives by taking cognizance to digitalization and innovation, which are now being highly embraced by the industry. This is the only way we can continue to make these initiatives relevant and sustainable while contributing to strengthening safety, security, and facilitation in our region, bearing in mind that a safe, secure, and efficient air transportation system is a natural impetus for economic growth and development of the region as a means to support trade and tourism, as well as integration. In addition, they will also complement the Single African Air Transport Market, the SATAM, and other initiatives of the AU Agenda 2063. Ladies and gentlemen, ICAO leadership, based on collaboration and coordination with member states and stakeholders, should be commended, as this has encouraged member states to collaborate and pool resources in resolving challenges, particularly in the areas of enhancing safety in our sub-region. One of the outcomes of such collaborations is a comprehensive regional implementation plan for aviation safety in Africa, which metamorphosed into the Banjul Accord Group Aviation Safety Oversight Organization, the Bagasu, in the West Africa region, being hosted and, of course, substantially funded by Nigeria. This organization has continued to support the member states in improving their safety oversight capabilities and human resource development. I wish to seize this opportunity to appeal to member states here present and the African Civil Aviation AFCAC, and a call to the ICAO SecGen to use his good offices to revive the ICAO Human Resource Development Fund, the HRDF program, which has remained inactive since 2018. Nigeria generously contributed to this fund and equally benefited from the inaugural secondment of officers to ICAO under this program. The exposure, experience, and knowledge gained by the officers attest to the usefulness of this program. Nigeria will continue to support ICAO's initiative and collaborate with member states and development partners on the development of air transport in Africa. In this vein, I wish to raise the need to address the issue of financing and modernization of aviation infrastructure in line with historic declaration and framework for plan of action for aviation infrastructure development in Africa adopted in the ICAO World Aviation Forum, IWAF, in this city, in this hall in 2017. It is important to recall that in accordance with ICAO Assembly Resolution A40-9, Appendix C, Section 2, Article 7, the implementation of this declaration should be done under the AFI plan, and I hope this is on the agenda in this event. Today, we're also going to witness the signing of MOU between Singapore and AFCAC to support training programs for aviation in Africa. On behalf of the government of Nigeria and other African member states, I take this opportunity to express our sincere gratitude and appreciation to the government of Singapore for their partnership with AFCAC and commitment to ensure development of international civil aviation, particularly in Africa. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in concluding my address, I wish to thank you all for your presence at this meeting, and my heartfelt gratitude also goes to the ICAO, WACAF, and ESAV regional directors and the ICAO team for organizing this event. I say a very big thank you also to our team in NCAA led by Captain Musa. Thank you very much and well done for this huge event. And before I declare this event open, I wish to make reference to the video that you just watched before the commencement of this event. So in this video, in this very short video, there was an attempt to showcase Nigeria what it was. Just before we came into the hall, in the holding room, I was having a chat with the Honorable Minister from Singapore and the Secretary General. I told them that Nigeria, I'm sure is what you have read in history, elementary history, but it's important to state 220 million people, 250 languages. None will hear the other. In the 923,766 square kilometers of landmass, with the vegetation changing from a very thick forest to semi-desert, is a cocktail of Nigeria, but that is our strength. You're welcome to this country. I'm sure before you leave, some of you have been here during the ARPAS and during the IWAF. Both are international events that attempt to showcase Nigeria for what it is. We're very proud as a country of our diversity because it is our strength. I'd like to thank you all for recognizing such and coming to enjoy with us in our land. Also, just to correct, in the movie, it says that we have 22 airports. And that was before. You showed me also in a small clip where we said that we doubled the number of airports. Today, we have 43 airports. And About 70% of them are owned by federal and state governments, while others are private airports. But all those airports that are government-owned airports are going to be concessioned, beginning with the big four that will finish the concession program before the end of the year. So Nigeria has actually debunked the saying that aviation doubles every 15 years. We've seen that aviation doubled, in some sectors even quadrupled the numbers in the 6-7 years of Buhari administration. Passenger numbers have increased from 8 to 18 million in the first 4 years of Buhari administration before COVID. And aviation became the fastest growing sector of the Nigerian economy within that period. And even with COVID, with no travel, aviation is the third fastest growing sector of our economy today. With this brief note, I hereby declare this 7th AFI Week open and wish you a very successful and good deliberation. Thank you very much for listening.
Please celebrate our amiable Minister, Aviation Nigeria, distinguished Senator Hadi Sirika, the Secretary General, ICAO, Mr. Juan Carlos Salazar. Allow me welcome other CEOs of civil aviation authorities here, the DGs of CAs in our midst. You're welcome. Because of a want of time, we may not reel out the names alphabetically, but generically you're welcome. Let me also make welcome the Banjul Court Group Accident Investigation Agency Commissioner, Mr. Charles Irikefe Ehue. One round of applause for him. Allow me to echo, in the same vein, the Executive Director of Bagasso, Banjul Accord Group Aviation Safety Oversight Organization, an RSO hosted by Nigeria and supported by member states within the West African region, doing us very proud. One round of applause for the ED Captain Tiden Bar. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Civil Aviation Authority of Singapore and the Civil Aviation Commission, AFCAC, is signing a memorandum of understanding this morning. What is the essence? To strengthen the development of aviation training and promote knowledge sharing within the civil aviation sector in Africa. This agreement will expand existing collaboration between both countries or continents or countries clusters to equip aviation professionals with up-to-date technical competencies to meet new challenges as the global aviation sector emerges from the COVID-19 pandemic. It is therefore my singular pleasure to invite the AFCAC team that will be led by the interim Secretary General of AFCAC. Join me, welcome her please on stage. And she's going to be supported by the Vice President AFCAC, Ms. Andile Mtetwa. Let's celebrate them, please. The MOU also, on the other side of Singapore, will be signed by Mr. Tay Tiang Guan, Deputy Director General, Civil Aviation Authority Singapore, and the interim Secretary General, Ms. Angeline Simana, will be signing. While you allow me welcome Her Excellency, the Amiable Senior Minister of State for Sustainability and Environment, Singapore, will be a witness, Dr. Amy Kaur. Allow me to invite them upstage. A warm round of applause for them, please. Training, a critical element in the aviation capacity growth. The more we deepen training in Africa, the better the performance, the less the findings that will need a CAP. So what is happening this morning is quite veritable in this great hall where we had the Abuja Accord, and deepening all that affects Africa is being done again in the aspect of training this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, I yield the floor to them. Another warm round of applause for them again, please. May I very kindly and humbly ask for a group photograph amongst the MOU signers, just to close the ceremony with it, the signing ceremony though. Can you close them for it? Yes, photograph. All the support team, you can join them after the first shot. Team play, great sharing. Warm round of applause for them, please. Well done. Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Aviation, Nigeria, our chief host, our amiable minister from Singapore, the Secretary General of ICAO, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have two other signings this morning. Allow me to invite the Nigerian team and the Rwandan team for the signing of the MOU, another memorandum of understanding. Aviation is team play, it's about cooperation, cohesion, coordination, shared experiences, and more or less supports. That's the essence of the vision, that will have a seamless global airspace without any glitch or hitch with the MOU's signings. Ladies and gentlemen, We must continue to deepen that which is happening within our region and support CAs, support training organizations, support regional safety oversight organizations like CASOA, like Bagasso, hosted by Nigeria, with Executive Director Captain Tiden here. Dear friends, this morning, allow me again invite the Rwandan team and the Nigerian team. A warm round of applause for them, please. Who's leading our team? Nigeria, our great nation, our strength is in our demography. 63.5% of our demographic analysis points to the young people. Our strength is in our diversity. More than 500 indigenous languages. Our strength is our cohesion. From the savannah to the mangroves, virtually all kinds of vegetation is available in our great nation. Our strength is when we have people, our hospitality, our culture, our values, our shared responsibility. It's quite exciting that we're so proud to have Africa in Nigeria because of the modern responsibility on our shoulders as one of the largest black nations in the world. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, welcome us again to this great nation called Nigeria. Do we have hiccups here and there? Yes. We're on a journey, not yet there, but the vision is still intact. Celebrate the Federal Republic of Nigeria, please. Whilst the MOU has been signed by Nigeria and the Republic of Rwanda, let me also begin to prepare the hearts of Sierra Leone, please, for another ceremony. Stronger cooperation, as His Excellency said, from Rwanda and the DGC and Nigeria has done that, Captain Musa Nuhu. Celebrate them. And now we invite the team from Sierra Leone. Nigeria and the Republic of Sierra Leone, another memorandum of understanding. And after the MOU signing, our host, Honorable Minister of Aviation, Nigeria, will lead the team of the Honorable Ministers here, the ICAO SecGen, the regional directors, the directors of ICAO, and the AFI members for a group photograph. And after that, we'll have a 30-minute tea break and come in for the technicals. Allow me to invite us to the Rwandan team that just signed an MOU to join them for a group photograph, so it's a memorial. Sierra Leone is within the Bagasso state. Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Cabo Verde, Ghana, Guinea, Gambia, as sub-West African brothers under the Regional Safety Oversight Organization called Bagasso, and we have Bagaya, leading the team for technical support and interplay to strengthen aviation within our region. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Nigeria and Sierra Leone, yet again Nigeria and Rwanda, deepening safety, understanding, cooperation, team play, synergy, line of sight for the beauty of aviation. Warm round of applause for them. DG Sierra Leone, DG Nigeria. We now invite the Rwandan team to join their brothers, Sierra Leone and Nigeria. Okay, there's exchange of gifts from Nigeria to their brother, Sierra Leone. Rwanda. The group photograph for all the MOU signage. Yes, sir. Quickly, help me quickly. Yes. The team join, please. The legal team and all the facilitators. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite the host minister, Honorable Minister of Aviation, to come over for the group photograph with the Secretary General of ICAO, Honorable Minister from Singapore, the regional directors, ICAO directors that are here, AFI members, please. Can we all come upstage for the group photograph? Let me invite also to join them the ED Bagasso Bagaya to join them, please. SecGen AFCAC, Vice President AFCAC, yes. Regional Directors, ICAO. Every masquerade in aviation, please come. All the masquerades. First, the tree. Let me invite the interim SecGen AFCAC. Yes, join them, please. Yes. Okay, we all can join.
Let me stand near my brother.
Ladies and friends, ladies first. Do we move a little? Eh? Because of this, can we move in the other side? Yes. Magnus, yes, exactly. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Dear delegates, it's both technical work and relaxation. The Honorable Minister, our host, Nigeria Honorable Minister of Aviation, Senator Hadi Sirika, is hosting a polo tournament for delegates to come and watch, enjoy themselves within the wonderful ambience Nigeria will be providing. On Friday, we're going to be leaving the hotel by 3 p.m. And the Honorable Minister himself is a polo player, very good polo player. Want to prepare your hearts for Friday, 3 p.m. You enjoy the wonderful tournament on your behalf hosted by the Minister and the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is now tea break for another 30 minutes, after which we'll come in for the technical sessions. Thank you very much. We'll resume for the technical session 5 minutes past 12 o'clock Nigerian time. That's 11:05 UTC.
The computer will be here. The computer is already here.
Joseph. Joseph. I need his content. Eh? I need it now.
Respected delegates, please may we settle down to our seats. May I borrow your attention, ladies and gentlemen? The AFI 001 aircraft is about to taxi. We've refueled now on place. Can you fasten your seatbelts? Prepare yourself for the flight. And very quickly, we're going to have the DGCA meetings. And we have agenda 1 to 5 for the day, after which we're going to have a cocktail in the evening just to relax ourselves, find a time to ventilate, and have some few side meetings whilst we're having a cocktail where necessary to have some little talks amongst ourselves. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the faster we settle down, the more we can gain time, because I think we're having a slight headwind in terms of time. Agenda item number 1 will be on the update on the outcome of the ICAO 2021 high-level conference on COVID-19 and post-COVID-19 air traffic recovery. Agenda 2 is going to be performance status ICAO report or ICAO strategic objectives. And after that, we'll break for lunch and then return back again for agenda item number 3, update on APEC RASG AFI meetings and priorities. Agenda item number 4 will be AFI DGCA championship mechanism status. Then European Union collaboration with Africa on aviation. And then enhancing aviation development, innovation, and sustainability in African region. And then agenda item number 5 will be the conclusions and recommendations. Distinguished participants, all hands on deck to do justice to all these items. Once again, welcome you to this all-important 7th AFI week hosted here in Nigeria. In the next 2 minutes, I'll bring in the ministers and our ICAO secretary, and they have their seat. We'll start the session, agenda item number 1. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have 4 personalities on the podium to drive the remaining part of the day. And as a symbol of all we do, ICAO, we're quite excited to have the ICAO Secretary General here. Join me, welcome him to the podium here with a warm round of applause, please. The ICAO Secretary. The chairman FSG Nigeria CA, standing in for the chairman of this session, the DGNCA Nigeria. Allow me to invite Engineer Ajiboye. Warm round of applause for him, please. Regional Director Wakaf is here, Mr. Minto, celebrating for me as he joins them on stage. Regional Director itself, join me welcome him. Another warm round of applause, please. Mr. Kashambo. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the chairman will drive this session. Mr. Chairman, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to stand on the existing protocol. The DGCA meeting this is the 9th DGCA meeting, and we are going to have the following agenda item to be discussed and resolution agreed on. Agenda item 1 will be on the updates on outcome of the ICAO 2021 high-level conference on COVID-19 and post-COVID-19 air traffic recovery. The second agenda item is performance status, ICAO reports, all ICAO strategic objectives. Then we'll break for lunch. When we come back from lunch, agenda item 3 will be on the update on AFI meetings and priorities. Agenda item 4, AFI DGCA championship mechanism status. European Union collaboration with Africa, enhancing aviation development, innovation, and sustainability in the African region. Thereafter, we will have the conclusions and recommendations. With this, I would like to, on behalf of the Nigeria CA Director General, declare the meeting open. The Secretary.
Chairman, thank you very much. I would like to congratulate you for accepting the chair this meeting, which is the 9th for the Director General of Civil Aviation in the AFI region. This is as per the tradition that the host states chairs. And this meeting is the first physical meeting after 2019, when we met last in Kampala. In Niamey. As we are lucky having the Secretary General of ICAO. In this meeting, we love to interact with him, and we are now planning to have, as per his will, a meeting with all DGs in attendance. Will advise you accordingly. So, the draft agenda, as was published, has been introduced by the chair. At this point, we would need formal adoption of the draft agenda. It's open to any amendments if we get some. So, Chair, I think we can now invite the DGs to endorse the agenda. Thank you. Any secondment of the agenda? Any amendment? Do we consider silence means consent?
It's not going to go down.
Yes?
It's not going to go down.
Thank you for Cabo Verde for seconding.
Oh, you go.
Yes, I think it confirms, Chair, that the agenda is adopted as drafted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Without further ado, we will proceed to agenda item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, DGs, distinguished audience. It's my pleasure to present the first agenda item. Actually, it's good to be back to Abuja, this vibrant city. And I think it's good to present from this high-tech podium where everything is adaptable and with a lot of innovation. And I think this is what aviation needs at this moment, to be adaptable and to have a lot of innovation. So let me try to use this innovation for the first time and proceed with my presentation. At the beginning, I've been warned by my brothers Barry and Prosper that I have to speed up my presentation and not to use the whole allocated time. And I wish to let you know that, of course, the presentation is uploaded into the website, so you can refer to it whenever you want. So the presentation today is about the high-level conference, the outcome of the high-level conference. But then we will have some statistics about the COVID-19 pandemic statistics and its economic impact on aviation, and also some slides at the end on the forecast and the outlook that ICAO is having. Let me start by introducing some of the current context of the economic impact of COVID-19. And as you can see on the slide, it's the COVID-19 pandemic was really the hardest crisis that we have gone through in aviation, and it has substantial impact on the industry and the industry financials. This is the worst and the longest crisis that aviation has faced in history. And according to ICAO economic impact, the analysis of COVID-19, the number of passengers has drastically fell by 60% in 2020 compared to 2019. I remember that Wednesday, 28th of April in 2020, where international traffic came almost to zero. This was really a very bad day for aviation. While some recovery has been felt in 2021, But due to the resurgence of the pandemic, we also have seen some slowdown in this recovery. In 2020, the number of passengers globally dropped by 2.7 billion passengers, resulting in more than 370 billion US dollars loss in operating revenues of airline. While 2021 also witnessed a drop of 2.2 billion passengers, with a loss of almost 320 airline passengers revenue. Of course, all the regions has been affected by and impacted by this pandemic. The biggest loss in passengers were, in terms of percentage decline, was recorded in the Middle East, followed by Europe and Asia Pacific. And for Africa specifically, the number of passengers was reduced by 60 million passengers and around 52% compared to 2019. Talking also about Africa, the recovery in the region has been relatively stable, with less fluctuation than other parts of the world. The international travel restrictions have been relatively less strict in Africa compared to other regions, and this is why we don't see the fluctuation in traffic along 2020 and 2021. So, due to the traffic decline, the region has lost a total of 11 billion US dollars in Africa. The airlines in Africa lost $11 billion in 2020, while in 2021 the losses were almost 10 billion for the African airlines. We have seen some improvement in first quarter of 2022, but still we have a loss of 1.5 billion US dollars that the airlines in Africa has suffered from. So, talking about the impact of the pandemic, ICAO has to spare no effort to provide global guidance through close collaboration with all member states and relevant organizations, of course, on the top of them, the WHO, and the industry to support the restart and the recovery of aviation. So the ICAO Council has established the Aviation Recovery Task Force, what is known as CART. And let me here recognize the presence of Ambassador Isono Engesomo, the chair of the CART, who was leading the 3 phases of CART. So thank you very much, Ambassador Isono, for your leadership. And I've been honored to be the secretary of the CART, where all member states, international organizations, and industry worked hard to find a way for aviation to restart and recover, starting from April 2020. So during the CART phase 1, maybe the first phase of CART, which started, as I said, in April 2020, there was a recommendation that a high-level conference on COVID-19 has to be held in order to find ways how to address this multilateral approach and the impact of COVID-19 going forward. So the high-level conference was held in October 2021, from 12 to 22 October, as a virtual meeting. And it has witnessed huge attendance. We have more than 1,700 participants. That was huge to manage, even logistically, from ICAO side and from ICAO Secretariat side, representing 129 states and 38 international organizations. The conference was held as 3 different blocks. The first block was the ministerial sessions. We have 3 ministerial sessions. And then we have the safety stream agenda. And then we have the facilitation stream agenda. They were held concurrently and with staggering time. The challenge at that time, we opted to accommodate for different time zones, and I think everybody has difficult time coping with the different timing, having meetings 3 a.m. in the morning or 5 a.m. in the morning, Montreal time, but it was quite an experience and we have learned a lot from this. So under the theme of the conference, which is One Vision for Aviation Recovery, Resilience and Sustainability Beyond Global Pandemic, the main objective of the conference was to reach a global consensus on multilateral approach, supported by the political will, which is an essential component to create the commitments from states to enable the safe and efficient recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. The ministerial plenary sessions recorded the record high number of attendance by ministers. We have 65 ministers and 24 heads of international organizations. And this is really what it meant by working together. So recovering the aviation from the pandemic needs really that we work together all the time. We have a series of consultation before the conference, during the conference. There was an effort that done by the chair of the CART, by the president of the council, together with the member states and international organizations, to provide suggestions during the discussion and to agree on an approved declaration for the conference. And by the way, this declaration is available on the conference website and you can go through it. And it was also sent to the member states by state letter issued by the Secretary General. So mainly the declaration was to support the multi-layer risk management strategy for international civil aviation and also to facilitate the air transport of vaccines and essential medical supplies and to provide support to the aviation sector, including economic and financial support, and to ensure operational readiness of aviation personnel as well as airworthiness of aircrafts, and most importantly, to ensure interoperability of the tools and the mutual recognition of measures and tools of the digital applications. I will also the ministerial declaration try to promote the harmonized and inclusive approach to facilitate the safe international travel, and also establish bilateral and regional or even multilateral public health corridor or similar arrangements. And by the way, this public health corridor is not a tool to face the pandemic, the current pandemic, but also to build resilience in the future in front of future pandemics. And also to support ICAO work and global guidance on the exit strategy from the existing risk management measures, and to support the long-term resilience of the industry, and also to develop mechanism for providing assistance to our member states to overcome the pandemic, not only this one, but also to be more ready for the future pandemics. I will now give the floor to my colleague Marco Merens, the Chief of Aviation Analysis Section in Air Navigation Bureau, to provide an outlook of the outcome of the high-level conference on the facilitation, on the safety stream, and I will come back to you with the outcome of the facilitation. So Marco, the floor is yours. It's easy to use it. Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mohammed and colleagues. Happy to present you the safety stream. So Mohammed said that we have safety stream and facilitation stream. They have different agendas. We have over 150 papers which were submitted just for the safety stream. That was really a very large number, and it really showed the interest of the community on that. 147 recommendations you see came out of these 5 agenda items. The first agenda item was really on the safety areas and the problems arising from COVID-19. And the other agenda items a little bit came from the fact that we had planned initially already in the high-level safety conference for this year. So we tried to bring in some other elements in relation to safety to make really the best use of all the people and their attendance. So the first agenda item generated like a large number there of for recommendations for ICAO and the states. And here we're really looking at the safety and operational measures related to the COVID-19 pandemic. I mean, you can imagine in aviation safety we generally rely on oversight, in inspections, we rely on certification. Certification come with renewals, come with dates and expiries, be it licenses or other certificates. To renew those, there are inspections needed, but if you're in the COVID-19 area where you cannot move, you cannot go inspect, you cannot go somewhere, well, this all you see created a lot of backlog, created actually a problem with our own system. So this agenda item so addressed the elements related to the fact that we should have like a rapid response system where we try to look at how can we react to future events like this. And then additional measures related to oversight and training. And as I said, it's also related to the licensing issues. Something we call to return to normal operations. So if you are in an area where you have given a lot of exemptions to, or extensions to licenses or certificates, how you are getting back to a normal mode. So we impacted that. And also areas related to operational fitness. Here we specifically targeted elements related to mental health, because we know that COVID-19 was a lot of relation, brought that actually up on the surface. So that was discussed there, the mental health in all the public, in these professions. Yeah, the other agenda items were, we could say, maybe less COVID related. Would be like this one on the strategy and policy. We used that occasion to propose and show our draft edition of the Global Aviation Safety Plan. We'll bring that also to the Assembly. And of course, our idea of like having like a layered approach for these plans, going from global to regional and national. So we have national aviation safety plans talking about here. And also related to regulatory capacity enhancements. For example, we were targeting a lot on technology. We have been all using technology now more than ever. So how this technology is related and should be used with a new approach for capacity. And some other issues on safety oversight, which were, for example, around data-driven decision-making and sharing of best practices in those elements. In the standardization agenda, we were looking at oversight and new approaches, and we're not talking new approaches, and you can actually look at those on the conference website. We're looking at cooperative oversight elements. So again, that's kind of what we have learned from the pandemic. Like if someone else can have a look at something where we can establish some kind of trust, so we call that cooperative oversight. And of course, elements related to unmanned aircraft systems to further develop that frameworks, and also risk management and ground handling. Risk management, safety risk management was actually also a core element a little bit around the scene. Also COVID-19 showed us that. We're giving exemptions, we're giving extensions to certificates, we're basing them on what? Well, traditionally we base them on risk management and safety assessment. So it was an important element. Implementation and support. We also were talking about this, about regional cooperation, working with your neighbors, working in the groups, and particularly in groups which we're calling planning and implementation regional groups, which is more like for air navigation and the equivalent for the safety parts. So really encouraging states to participate in those groups to really make a bond on a regional basis. And just to cover again, these were from high-level safety conference elements. So we tried to cover other elements like investigation and safety, our own safety oversight program, and COVID-19 impact, for example, on air navigation, Asian plans. Maybe there were things which have shifted or priorities which have changed. Risk on 5G and also global aeronautical distress and safety systems. So all of these recommendations, you can actually look at them on our website. So I give back the floor to Mohammed to cover further facilitation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marco. This was short and sweet. So going to the facilitation section, or the facilitation stream of the high-level conference. Here, I really want to recognize and appreciate the leadership of our sister, Ms. Bobby Koza from South Africa, the DG of South Africa, who chaired the facilitation stream. And I really want to give her a round of applause, because the set of recommendations that we had from the facilitation stream was huge, was not easy to agree upon. And also, Ms. Bubikoza showed the quality of ladies in Africa, which is something that we have to be all proud of. So thank you again, Bubi, if you can receive this message from some of the participants here. So in the facilitation stream, we have 5 agenda items. I will try to go quickly through them. In these facilitation stream, we have a total of 79 recommendations. Let me go first to the first agenda item, which is the facilitation operational measures, the pandemic and beyond. And in this agenda item, we agreed on a comprehensive and frequent risk assessment that is critical to the easing of measures of the COVID-19 pandemic. And the conference recommends states that they should implement the CART recommendations and the associated guidance and to consider the harmonization of various means to allow mutual recognitions and trust of information shared between states. The next agenda item was about enhancing the national coordination and international cooperation. And this is really a very important key, because without this national coordination, the decision to close or open the border is really very critical to be taken not only by a single entity at the state level, but it should be taken with all the entities together, including civil aviation. Sometimes we know that the decision are not the civil aviation decision. We are not always in the driver's seat, but the coordination internally inside states could facilitate to have a safe decision based on the risk-based methodology that we recommended in CART. The recommendation is for states who haven't done so, is to establish the National Facilitation Committee, which can be the forum where internal entities can discuss and agree on decisions related to opening or closing the borders. The next one is enhancing the digital data sharing for seamless and contactless process. And the conference here recommends states to support the digital issuance of the health proofs in line with the World Health Organization, WHO, and to exploit the use of interactive API system where feasible by providing response messages to aircraft operators. And here I want to say that always the Secretary General is reminding us of the daily cooperation and coordination with WHO, because we don't want to confuse our member states. The health authorities at the state level, they receive information from the World Health Organization, while we as ICAO, we provide to the civil aviation some recommendations. So we want these recommendations to be harmonized. I remember the heavy discussion we had with Ambassador Isono and the team from WHO is that we need to provide not contradictory recommendations to our member states and to have it harmonized as much as possible. Of course, the mandates are different. Maybe we are aligned better with the mandate of World Tourism Organization. Both of us want to open the borders, but the mandate of WHO is to restrict the virus, and necessarily this would necessitate some closure of the borders. So the harmonization here and the daily work of the technical team was really essential to have a recommendation of the CART and also the declaration as well balanced and take into consideration the World Health Organization recommendations. The other agenda item was the future approaches in managing sustainable health-related facilitation measures, and the conference here noted the importance of implementing the SARPs of Annex 9 regarding persons with disabilities, and also to ensure the sustainability of the ICAO facilitation initiative. There is an urgent need for states to address the financial impact of all new aspects in the facilitation area. And we know that this facilitation area, even after the pandemic, became more important and needs to expand. Even our activities in the ICAO Secretariat needs to expand to provide the needed assistance for our member states. And also the recommendation was to develop, in close cooperation with CAPSCA, a comprehensive framework to follow in response to significant health crises, not only this pandemic, but probably future pandemics as well. So there was also another agenda on other facilitation issue, and it includes a number of items like the support to the victims of aircraft accidents and their families. And also the conference in this regard recognized the public health measures taken by airlines in response to the pandemic, notably requiring face masking. And this leads to some unruly passenger events, People have issues sometimes keeping the mask all the time, so we have to take this into consideration and provide the states with some guidance material in this regard. Now, I'll move to the air traffic recovery post-COVID-19. And we know that still the pandemic is evolving with rapidly changing epidemiological situation, and also the medical advancement and the pandemic control measures has been changing over time. So ICAO has continuously monitoring and assessing the situation in order to provide timely information and informed decision to our member states and industry throughout the recovery phase. The pace of the recovery, of course, varies significantly across region. The start of 2022, there was marked with proliferation of Omicron variant. Nevertheless, we have seen some positive signs in many states who have started to ease their border restrictions, which will support a stronger recovery onward. And now the trend becomes much more optimistic than what we have seen in the past year. So overall, compared to other regions, the recovery in Africa has been relatively stable, as I mentioned before, except for the severe time where it was a short time, but it was really very severe, where the Omicron variant has erupted in late 2021. So looking at the near-term forecast, the air travel is expected to remain below the pre-pandemic levels by the end of this year. However, the recovery is likely to be faster and stronger than what we expected last year. So probably by the beginning of 2024, we can see a good rebound of traffic to 2019 level. The capacity offered by airline globally is expected to be around 20% less compared to 2019, and the passengers number would be between 25 and 30% below. The operating revenues will still be below the 2019 level. But we can see that the domestic traffic will be much more growing than the international traffic. Also, if we're looking at the long-term forecast, the global passenger traffic is forecasted to grow by 3.6% annually until 2050, and international and domestic travel are forecasted to grow between 3.6% for international travel and 3.5% for domestic travel. For Africa specifically, while the capacity offered by the airline is expected to recover to close to the pre-pandemic level in early 2022, the recovery of passenger traffic would be slower and still be around between 15 and 18% below the pre-pandemic levels, similar to the global passenger traffic. Also, the domestic traffic recovery will be faster than the international traffic in Africa. In the long-term forecast, Africa traffic is forecasted to grow by 3.8% annually, which is bigger than the global average until 2050. And international and domestic travel are forecasted to grow between 3.7 and 4.5 respectively. The fastest growing international route groups in Africa would be between Africa and the Middle East, inter-Africa, and Africa and Asia Pacific. So these are the fastest growing routes. So as part of our efforts in ICAO to continuously monitoring the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, we have developed an interactive dashboards using the Tableau platform of the United Nations, which provides visualization and customized queries capabilities. The dashboard will cover a wide range of analytics, ranging from operations, fuel usage, passenger carried, flight information regions, FIR traffic, and revenues, impact on airlines and airports and air navigation service providers at different levels of granularity. The dashboard will be presented to the ICAO Council next month, and the member states will be provided with free license to navigate this tool, use it in their decision-making process. It's a very useful tool. I have experienced it myself. It's really giving you a lot of data that can be utilized in your decision-making process at the state level. So next steps. So the long-term impact of the COVID-19 will continue, and efforts are required to support the recovery of aviation, more than importantly to build resilience beyond the current crisis, and this needs all of us to work together, as I said. And during the closing ministerial session of the high-level conference, ministers agreed to invite the next assembly to review the progress of the implementation of the ministerial declaration and determine further actions that must be needed. I can say that the follow-up actions on the ministerial declarations and the recommendations of the safety and facilitation stream have demonstrated the solidarity and the determination of our member states and industry stakeholders to fight against COVID-19. And we have some follow-up actions for the outcome, like increasing the uptake of the high-level ministerial declaration and provide support and guidance for our member states and promote the interoperability and mutual recognitions of digital solutions, and also strengthen the international framework and arrangements for coordinated and seamless response to future pandemic, and also to work with our member states and financial institutions and international partner and private sector as well to provide support and increase the financial viability of the aviation. Lastly, I cannot leave here without mentioning that in this same venue, we will have the next ICANN. So I wish to thank Nigeria for hosting 2022 ICANN here in Abuja. Again, Nigeria is always a gracious host to international events, and I think the ICANN event is one of the most important events that will facilitate and help the recovery of aviation going forward. With this, I end my presentation. And I think I've spared 11 minutes in my time. I was planning to spend 10 minutes. I spared 11 minutes. Thank you so much.
Of DG here who have the responsibility at state level to implement foster implementation of these outcomes as advisors also to the ministers. Chair, we have two options here. Either we open a quick question and answer session on this specific item before the next presentation. I think we can proceed like that, so you can ask for questions. Chair.
Thank you for the presentation, Mohammed and Marco. The floor is open for questions and comments on the presentation by the Secretariat.
Chair, I see none so far. Yes, we have Mr. Caps, 2G. Yes, it's okay.
For providing this information. I am doubling in for my DG, and so in this respect, I'm speaking as the DG of Uganda Civil Aviation Authority. Thank you for the presentations. I have one observation, and perhaps if it is possible, I would be happy to hear what other views are available on those observations. Today, some states in Africa will ask, some states will ask all passengers to have PCR test, all passengers. And even where the tests are required, you have some states saying 48 hours are okay, others are saying 72, and others are saying 120 hours. Others allow fully vaccinated passengers to enter freely without any test results. And I think, in my view, this is going to have a very negative impact on the recovery, on the pace of recovery of our industry compared to the rest of the world. Therefore, based on what I have said, it would appear like African states would need some kind of guidance on how to treat this. Perhaps ICAO, working with the World Health Organization, could do something about this so that there can be a harmonized way of dealing with this situation, so that we're not left behind as we deal with this recovery issue. And of course, the guidance would have to be scientific-based, but I think something needs to be done. So it's something I'm throwing to the floor. Either you people on the stage or fellow DGs to say something about this. I would be grateful. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Before we have the Secretary to respond.
Thank you very much, my brother Caps. Actually, this is not a problem in Africa only. It's a global issue that states are having some unilateral decisions without really harmonizing the efforts. The CART recommendations from the beginning was very clear that we need a harmonized approach. And even the WHO recommendation till now is not considering vaccination as a prerequisite for travel. They say that some states are not having wide access to vaccines, especially here in Africa. The ratio of vaccination is really low comparing to other parts of the world. So to serve all our member states, the recommendation from WHO is that vaccination is not a prerequisite of travel. And we have the same recommendation in CART that vaccination is not a prerequisite of travel. Why states are imposing PCR tests in a different way? Because simply they don't trust health certificates issued by other states. And this is the real issue. We need to build trust of the health certificate that are issued by other states. So when you have a passenger at the border and he has a health certificate, either a PCR test or a vaccination test, really on the border, you trust this certificate. And how can you trust this certificate? You can trust it only if you have means of authentication of this certificate. And this is what ICAO has developed. Clearly, the Visible Digital Seal tool or framework is to allow states to have authentication of these travel certificates the same way we authenticate the e-passports, for example, using the public key directory. So we have established the master health list, where we asked all states through a state letter issued by the Secretary General to provide us with the public keys of the health certificate issued by each state, and ICAO can warehouse this data and share it with the states, so then states can authenticate any other health certificate that are issued from various states, regardless of their technical specifications. We just authenticate them based on the public keys of the master health list. The WHO recommendation is saying, and Mr. Capps, you know that even states who have closed the border for a long time during the pandemic, do you really think that this limits the number of cases in the states? Apparently not. We have seen resurgence of cases in states that were totally closed. So closing the borders was not an effective tool. So what we need to work on from now on is the harmonization of measures and to try to make the systems and the tools. And by the way, ICAO is not making a tool, it's making a framework. We call it the Visible Digital Seal, and we want states to make their tools that are using to authenticate health certificate interoperable with this system. And by this, and by states joining this platform, we can have a more interoperable and harmonized health measures at the borders. I hope I can answer the question. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
I placed. Place again? Yeah, now I can hear. I thank you, Mr. Mohammed, for that response. And I'm also aware of that tool that could help harmonize and alleviate this problem. I was thinking perhaps since we have the presence of DGs around, that tool seems not to be very, the states seem not to be very much aware of it. So perhaps before we leave, if there can be a little more time to make some more, can I call it awareness, so that the states know how to find it, how to use it. I think it's a very useful tool, but not known by many states. Thank you.
Please go ahead. Yeah, I cannot see the name for me.
Yes, thank you. Is a DG of Global Civil Aviation. I want to seize this opportunity to thank all the presenters, Mohamed and Marco Marens, and also to say thank you for DG Mohamed Musa. This is very important meeting, very, very important, because the post-COVID. And I want to thank the person, my colleague who take the floor before me, because if you go for each state, we have different kind. Some are making confusion with the vaccine and the pass, vaccinal pass. I think ICAO must clarify this. I can speak about the Lomé, the hub. Some persons are arriving thinking that with the vaccine is okay, but they didn't have the pass. The pass is the proof that you get the two vaccines. If you can have some indication, so our state can comply with this requirement. And the second, let me seize this opportunity to say thank you to the Secretary General who came to attend the meeting. It's very, very important for us. We see him as a young man, and we think we are going to do a so nice job with him. And finally, to say thank you for the Director General of WACAF, Director General for ISAF, and all of my DG's colleagues. Thank you very much.
Secretariat, you want to speak on the tool?
Probably on the digital and the visible digital seal explanation. We have a slot in the agenda about the development in the facilitation section. We already included this, but we can shed more light on this during this agenda item on the development of the facilitation section that will give everyone a better idea on the framework of the visible digital seal. Thank you.
Yes, please go ahead. Yeah. Rwanda.
I believe now you can hear me. Ours is an update. First and foremost, Rwanda acknowledges the efforts of ICAO and the Council Aviation Recovery Task Force in facilitating the restart and setting on a sustainable recovery path of the aviation industry. Both the CART recommendations and HLCC came in hands in restarting the air transport sector in Rwanda. Rwanda is so far recovered more than 40% of the pre-pandemic traffic, and we have also now have over about 90% of the population vaccinated, and we are talking of the 3 doses. And this has also led to the easing of COVID-19 related travel restrictions, where previously people were required to bring in PCR. They are now bringing in rapid tests, which makes it easy for the travelers. However, this is the beginning of the journey, and we should not relax. Let's continue building a resilient industry, which will not be taken by surprise once again in the future. Our main worry is for the future pandemics. How are we going to safeguard the industry? We believe ICAO has more work to do in building resilience, and we rely on your leadership. Thank you.
I cannot say
Oui, Monsieur le Président, je vous remercie. Je voudrais, avant de recueillir les dernières réactions et avant la dernière présentation qui va précéder la pause, je voudrais rappeler que la réunion est bilingue. Donc, le colonel Lata nous a impressionnés favorablement, mais je crois que c'est une occasion de faire appel aux collègues directeurs généraux qui souhaitent s'exprimer librement dans la langue qu'ils manipulent le mieux, de se libérer, se sentir libre et de s'exprimer. Monsieur le Président, cette question qui vient d'être traitée, elle est essentielle. Elle est essentielle parce qu'elle fait suite à une initiative de l'OACI suite à la COVID-19 qui a affecté sévèrement non seulement toutes les économies, mais tous les pans de l'économie et particulièrement notre domaine, qui est notre centre d'intérêt pendant cette réunion. Donc, les questions qui viennent d'être soulevées sont importantes et Mohamed, parce que la plupart des questions se réfèrent à la partie facilitation, va les traiter en temps voulu. Pour des questions de temps, nous n'avons pas vérifié si l'interprétation marche pour ceux qui l'utilisent. Sinon, ce feedback va nous aider à nous assurer que nous communiquons bien. Nous voulons également reconnaître encore une fois de plus la présence de la ministre de la soutenabilité et de l'environnement de Singapour, de nous donner le temps de partager cette réunion des directeurs généraux d'aviation civile de l'Afrique. Merci. Nous n'avons pas reconnu le secrétaire général de l'ACI, Afrique, qui est aussi parmi nous. Cela dit, Monsieur le Président, je ne sais pas s'il y a encore des questions. Je ne vois plus de mains levées. Nous avons prévu pour nous rattraper un peu par rapport au temps que le secrétariat fasse la prochaine présentation avant la pause déjeuner et que nous reprenions 1 heure après la pause déjeuner pour les questions et la suite du programme. Je rappelle déjà que nous sommes en train de coordonner une réunion du secrétaire général avec les DG dans cette réunion, mais nous voulons vraiment arranger cette opportunité parce qu'il en a manifesté l'intérêt et je me suis engagé à l'organiser. Donc, si vous pouvez m'aider à à satisfaire cette attente du secrétaire général qui veut, pour la première fois, interagir avec vous directement, c'est-à-dire pour sa première visite en Afrique, dans ce cadre. Monsieur le Président, peut-être qu'il y a plus de questions, si vous pouvez confirmer avec l'audience, de sorte que mon collègue Barry pourra... Le secrétaire général voudrait peut-être réagir à ce stade. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Chair Prosper. And I cannot miss this opportunity. As my colleagues have mentioned today, the recovery of aviation, civil aviation, the recovery of air connectivity is urgent. It's an overriding priority for all of us. And I want to assure you that from ICAO, from my colleagues in the regional offices, from my colleagues from Montreal, the directors of the Air Transport Bureau, the Technical Cooperation Bureau, my colleagues in the Air Navigation Bureau, we are here willing to be closer to you and to any needs that you may have. We want to be your partners in this process of recovery. We want to help you to raise the concerns among government entities, because in this moment, we need to act together. And in that sense, I want also to mention an important priority in which we are working as an organization, which is the implementation support policy. We want to work with you and side by side with you and with other partners that are here with us today to help and provide the capacity building necessary and the opportunities necessary through our different tools, through the Technical Cooperation Bureau, which is here. Our director, Mr. Jorge Vargas, is here, and he will be very happy and willing to discuss, to see how we can partner with your organizations and better support and speed up this support, this recovery of air transport. This is urgent. We are all concerned with us in the organization, and we don't want to be far away and discussing many abstract solutions. We want to be focused in what is needed now by the civil aviation systems, by the industry, by the airports, airlines, air navigation service provider, by the regulators. So help us on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If we don't have further comments and questions, I would like to suggest that we proceed to the next agenda item, performance status, ICAO reports, all ICAO strategic objectives.
To the right, yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I stand between you and lunch, so I'll try to be as quick as possible. And I hope I'll be able to meet the standards of my brother Muhammad Rahma, who did his presentation 15 minutes short. As an introduction, and to build on what has just been mentioned, I think the presentation that we have just had and this presentation form the firm foundation of this meeting today. In that the first presentation was giving us a highlight on how we are recovering and what we need to do from this terrible pandemic that grounded us for 2 years plus. And then this presentation is showing us where we are, the current status on the 5 strategic objectives. I want to alert you that some of the information that we'll be giving will be, if I may call it, for lack of a better word, depressing, and some of it will be exciting. We have a lot of work to do. The continued implementation of the AFI plan and the AFI SECFAR plan have made tremendous progress in this region. And those have been supported by 2 mechanisms in partnership with AFCAC. The AFI CIS, which in full stands for AFI Cooperative Inspector Scheme for Safety, and the AFI CES, the Collaborative Expert Scheme for Aviation Security. These have helped a lot in the domain of safety, aviation security, and facilitation. We have also had a lot of work and initiatives done on the air transport, yet in partnership with AFCAC, the SATAM, the traditional YD as we have known it, and in the area of environment, we have these 3 key initiatives of COSIA, Sustainable Aviation Fuels, and State Action Plans. Those are very key areas that we need to look at. The presentation will be mainly in graphs. We will look at the graphs to be able to translate the information thereon for our consumption. I think it's a better way of presenting information. The rest you have in the working paper that you have with you. In terms of accidents, those of you who remember, I think we all remember the incident, ET306, the accident in Ethiopia, the Ethiopian Airlines accident in 2019, February. That disaster triggered that spike that you see on the graph on accidents in 2019 to 10.34. But we had a number of accidents, especially in Somalia in 2020, even after the pandemic had started, which triggered that huge increase we saw in 21.86. In terms of fatalities, the bulk of the fatalities, the 183 we see there, is because of the ET306, a very unfortunate incident. Safety oversight. A quick recap looking at what has happened in the last 5 years. We have had an increase, steady increase all the way from 49.6. And it has, if you go before even 2017, the graph has been going up. However, you can see there was a plateau between 2020 and 2021. That can be explained by the revision of the protocol questions in the USAP CMA program. However, that impact could have been averted if we had audit activities being undertaken during this period. Unfortunately, because of the restrictions that we had during COVID-19 and other issues that were beyond ICAO's control, these activities were not undertaken other than a few limited off-site activities. And so we hope that after the recovery, as we go into the activities increasing, we'll see some difference in that area. We still have only one SSC in Eritrea. However, we have a potential for SSCs in this region. So those of you who are familiar with what has been going on, we have potentials in the area of ANS and mainly to do with calibration. But that's a low-hanging fruit and something that we can easily deal with. We are very hopeful that the targets that we had put in place for 2021 could be easily attained if we go into if we have many activities. I would like you to take note on the graph on the right. That's extremely important. Remember, the Abuja safety target was anchored on 60%. The GASEP target that was previously at 60%. Now the target has moved to 75%. Look at what impact it has caused. As of now, we don't have any state that is above 95% in Africa. We have only 8.7% that is above 85%. We have 13% that is above 85, that is above 75 and below 75. And 78% of the states in our region are either below 75. They are actually all below 75. So they could be above 60 but below 75. What does this mean? That means that as we talk now, 78% of our states are below 75%. They are below the GASEP target. That's the situation, the depressing situation I was talking about. 78.2% of the AFI states are of the RASC AFI states, that we mean ESAF and WACAF region states, are below 75%. A lot will be talked about this during the AFI plan, chaired by Mr. Mabaso. And there is a lot of work that we need to do. SSP, similar situation can be seen here. When you look at the overall SSP, the majority of our countries are they haven't either started the SSP, they are still at level 0, or they are at level 1, or level 2. A few have progressed to level 3. We have, I think, only one state in the RASC-AFI region, ESAF and WACAF region, that is completed level 4, and that is the Republic of Rwanda. Thank you very much, Rwanda, for setting the championship and example. The graph on the right shows you the areas and subject matters in SSP and how they have been performing. The important information that we would like to grab from here is to see that the majority of the activities that are needed are within our reach and within our purview. Let's take the example of the lowest and weakest area on state safety promotion. With the online tools and platforms that we have, this is something that can easily be dealt with. At 45%, that's well below what we could have achieved in Africa, and yet we are not taking advantage of the situation that we have with technological advancements. Let's quickly look at one of the challenging areas that we have in this region, which is aerodrome certification. Ladies and gentlemen, remember the Abuja safety targets. We had promised ourselves, but by December 2018, we would have certified all international aerodromes. Look at where we are in 2022, 2021. Only 35% of the airports, 40, let's say call it 36% of the international aerodromes in the SAF plus WACAF region have completed the certification, aerodrome certification. There's a lot of work that we need to do. We are 5 years behind schedule. We can only say that we have done so much, and that can be contributed towards the assistance and support that we have had through the projects under the AFI plan and the RASC AFI. That said, I would like to recognize the support that we have gotten as ICAO from states, especially with the assistance of the experts at state level that have supported the regional office efforts. And I would like to request you to give a round of applause to those other experts that are helping us in this regard. Moving on to the air navigation capacity and efficiency area. Progress has been posted, but slow. On the graph on the left, states that have developed capacity for aerodrome certification, still, I would like to, I want to finalize with aerodrome certification. Only 50% of the states have achieved the 4-year target that we are talking about. Here, I wanted to highlight the graph on the right and recognize the contribution and partnership we have with ACI, especially ACI Africa. Thank you, Ali Tunzi, for the support that you're giving us. Under the APEX program, you can see that there is a lot of progress that is being posted. We have now gone even up to 66% of the activities of APEX, under APEX program. When Ali gets the floor the day after tomorrow, he has exciting information and news about how ACI Africa is working on making the situation better. PBN RVSA. Interesting graph here. Mixed success with very slow progress, though. However, we need to recognize the contribution of programs like AFPP that have helped us a lot in this area. And we also have to recognize the tremendous improvement that has been posted in the total collision avoidance improvements. We still have a few spikes. A lot of these are attributed to the situation in the Horn of Africa. And we can't single out any of the states, but a combination of all of them. The airspace above Sudan, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Djibouti, Yemen, and Somalia. There's a lot of work that we need to do in that area with regard to RVSM. However, a lot of progress has been posted and the reduction is commendable. Aeronautical information management. Posted a lot of good progress. With drone old NOTAMs, we're actually literally almost getting all of them out. I think in the next 2 years, we shall have no old NOTAMs being posted or distributed. However, there is something I would like us to note, you to take note here. You see there are a lot of blank areas. There is a lot of blank area in Botswana, a lot of Burundi, Comoros, Ghana, Guinea, and so on and so forth. That shows you that we have information vacuum. We continue to have that challenge. We have several states that are not providing us with updated information. We would like to have this information provided on real time so that we can be able to consolidate it. However, we also have to take shoulder some of the challenges that we have in our regard, in the area, in our monitoring, the lack of a database. has denied us the opportunity to do proper analysis. So it's still very critical that we establish a strong database for both safety and security to be able to get real-time information and also establish mechanisms of collecting data from states. That said, commendable work has been done in the withdrawal of old NOTAMs. I would like to highlight one more thing here, and that is with regard to the Mogadishu FIR, the airspace above Somalia. Somalia airspace has been for a long time under Class G, and now it has transited to, this week actually, it is transiting to Class A. That's tremendous progress. We have to commend Somalia for the work they have done. However, I would also like to say that what triggered that was some of the decisions that were made at ICAO. And I want to recognize Jorge for the decision you made to give Somalia back their project, which has inspired them to move forward. Thank you very much, Jorge. In the West Africa region, we have a close collaboration with in the SAT group, the South Atlantic mechanism, where the Africa region and the South America and Europe are working together to make sure we have a safe airspace on the Atlantic area. Quickly moving to the CNS area, communication, navigation, and surveillance. We have had tremendous progress in some areas, but we also have some weaknesses that we need to address. NDS. As we come to close the area of air navigation capacity and efficiency, I want to recognize South Africa for the support they have given us in the Met area. We had a lot of webinars that were coordinated with South Africa on the space weather information and awareness, and paving a way forward. I would like to request the Director Generals here to take the CODEVMET project seriously. This is a project that was initiated by ICAO to help in aviation meteorology, but we have continued to receive very low response and participation in the project. We are ready to give you all the support, and we hope that this will be achieved. Volcanic ash element, Cabo Verde, thanks very much for the championship that you have continued to provide. And you, as the exercise leaders, a lot has been achieved, and I think as an Africa region, your leadership has helped us a lot in making tremendous program in the volcanic ash. Security and facilitation. Steady progress has been posted. It could look like it is a slow gradient, but a slow pace. But when you look at it in the total component of a comparison between the activities that have been done to perform audits and what has been posted, a lot has been achieved. And that is reflected in the graph on the right. However, I'd like to start with the graph on the left, which the information on the left. We still have SSCs in 2 states, which is a bad indicator because these have been on for a long time. However, the states where these SSCs are challenged states in many aspects. We have not very good information on PKD. Look at the PKD, we have only 26% of the states that have membership for PKD. And yet, when you look at the states that are issuing e-passports, over 70% of the African states are issuing e-passports. I think we are coming to 80% of African states are issuing e-passports. Now, if you are not if you don't have membership of PKD and you're issuing an e-passport, you are not reaping the benefits of it. And when we come to the AFISEC 4 plan, I'm sure that the chairperson of the plan, Mr. Kabsuche, will talk more about that because that is an issue that is of much interest to him. And it should be of interest to us too. If you look at the distribution, we have been doing very well in terms of EI in safety in aviation security. However, as we move forward into 2022, 2022 and beyond, we are going to start experiencing drag in achieving the targets. Right now, our targets have been moving well. We were closing into the 65% gap, but come 2023 and beyond, we have a challenge. The good news is that the plan is going to be extended beyond 2023. So under the AFISEC 4 plan, we have an opportunity to grow. I will not go into the air transport development area because I think Mohammed gave us very good detail in this area. I'll only highlight one or two items here, and this is on the SATM and the air transport data that is being provided. We have posted a lot through AFCAC, partnership with AFCAC, in SATM membership, and states committing to the SATM. However, the challenge we have is the operationalization of the SATM. States sign, but they don't operationalize it. So we need to do a lot in terms of operationalizing the SATM so that we can benefit reap the benefits of the SATM and increase connectivity in Africa. I'll leave it's a self-explanatory graph on air safety data. Much as we are at around 88% of receipts, but we still lack the 22%, the 12%. And that 12% is very critical to have the full story. Environment protection. I'll only give the overview because during the week we will be having details on environment area. Let me highlight 3 or 4 key challenges that we have in this, in the environment protection. Number 1, lack of awareness by states on environmental issues. It's getting increasingly complex, and we don't have enough personnel at the state level that can help us to achieve the key 3 programs of COSHIA, sustainable aviation fuels, and sustainable and state action plans. As I have only 2 slides, Mr. Chairman. CAT recommendations, Mohammed has talked about it. Good performance was posted. The indicator that there is a high potential, if you look at how Africa performed, the graph on the left, the level of implementation of the recommendations, SF 81%, WACAF 80%, world average 65%. What does this tell you? It tells you that in the Africa region we have the potential to perform and deliver as we did during the COVID situation. The level of adoption of the public health measures, well above the global average, yet again showing you that we have the big potential. However, we can attribute that also to the readiness that we have always had because of the Ebola pandemic that we experienced. We have had enough information on CAT recommendation and recovery from Mohammed, so I'll leave that for you to read in the working paper. So what is this meeting invited to do? We are requesting the Director General's meeting to commend states for the tremendous efforts that have been made to improve aviation performance in the region, urging states to enhance the pace of implementation of the ICAO standards and recommended practices, Number 3, encourage states to request assistance from ICAO TCB. I would like, if you agree with me, I would like us to revise this from encouraging but to urge, because encouraging is a weak word. To urge the states to request for assistance from ICAO, TCB, ATB, ANB, regional office, regional safety organizations, and all the other partners in their activities. Number 4, to urge states to increase their efforts in the capacity building activities, remembering that we continue to have critical element number 4 being the weakest, and support from ICAO GATT and other. I would also, if you agreed, I would change that from recognized to approved training organizations. And the last one, to urge enhanced cooperation between ICAO, AFCAC, AUC, RSOs, European Union, EASA, UNCST, AFRA, Council, we have Council in the house, Interpol, IATA, and so on and so forth. We have so many partners, Singapore, we have so many partners that we really need to cooperate with to enhance the impact of assistance activities within the Africa region. Chair, sorry for taking a little long, but I thought it was important for us to grasp the situation we're in. In some areas we have made some progress, but there's a lot of work that we need to do, especially after the pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Barry. I didn't mean to rush you, but as you are all aware, we are running behind schedule. We are almost 1 hour behind. And then if we must achieve the objective of the agenda items for today, we may need to speed up a bit. I would like to invite you to comments, questions. Okay. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. After this comprehensive presentation from Barry, covering all the 5 ICAO strategic objectives, I think there's room for many questions. And as you refer to the time factor for this meeting, may I suggest that we suspend the meeting, we adjourn the meeting for the lunch break, and when back, then the DG can have the opportunity to raise issues, provide comments, input, so that at the end of the discussions we can draw some ways forward under each of the strategic objective as an outcome of this under this agenda item of the meeting. That would be my suggestion. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to believe that the suggestion that is being proposed is agreeable to all of us. It will allow us to digest the rich materials that Mr. Barry has given us, and then we'll be better in a frame of mind to articulate our comments and questions. So before we proceed to agenda 3 after the break, we'll take the questions and comments. And if that is okay with everyone, I would like to propose that we go for the lunch break. And lunch break will now be, where what? Okay, it will update us on it. Okay. Since we are being given some lifeline, the lunch is almost ready. So I'm just being informed that we have 10 minutes so that we can take the comments and the questions. So we will take that for the next 10 minutes. We'll continue, and then maybe we'll just finish the comments and questions on this agenda item. So, comments, questions? DG Togo.
Yeah, merci beaucoup. Je voudrais saluer cette présentation vraiment professionnelle du directeur régional ESAF. Moi, ce n'est pas tellement une question, c'est plutôt une inquiétude de voir qu'au jour d'aujourd'hui, et surtout, on vient de passer une période de pandémie, nos États hésitent à joindre le SATAM ou le MUTA. C'est la solution. Le SATAM n'est ni plus ni moins que l'application de la décision de Yamoussoukro. Au jour d'aujourd'hui, nous voyons des compagnies dites du Nord qui se mettent ensemble pour être des méga-compagnies. Mais en Afrique, nous continuons à persister, à évoluer de façon isolée. Nous ne pourrons pas tenir. Je vous dis, je vous parle en tant que pilote de ligne, si nous ne nous réveillons pas pour vraiment intégrer le SATAM, vraiment, l'Afrique aura toujours du retard. Et je voudrais, puisque je disais au président, le champion, mon président, il m'a chargé de remercier les pays, les 35 adhérés au SATAM et d'inviter les autres États à bouger. Parce qu'ensemble, nous allons relever les défis. Et nous savons que les autres États vont venir. Il y a 6 États qui sont prononcés. Il y a des initiatives, c'est-à-dire quoi? Nous voulons dire que déjà les 35 États qui sont dans le SATAM initient des approches communautaires, par exemple en matière de la libération totale, en matière d'inviter les compagnies à mettre la code sharing entre elles ou les alliances. Donc, mon intervention, c'est pour vous annoncer que le comité ministériel qui a été mis en place à Lomé le 25 mai 2018, son mandat est périmé, est fini. Mais ce n'est pas la faute de personne parce que c'était la période pandémique, ça devait se faire en 2020, ça n'a pas été fait. Donc, il y a une réunion qui est prévue, nous allons coordonner avec l'UIA, avec la CAFAC, la FRA et tous les CR pour définir rapidement le moment, la date et le pays. Je pense que le Togo serait tout à fait disposé pour accueillir une réunion pour relancer le SATAM. Vraiment, les analyses du directeur régional sont parfaites, toutes ces analyses. Et vraiment, je pense que nous devons faire sien chaque État de ce document très important, bien élaboré. Donc, je voudrais vous remercier. Et nous sommes heureux que le SG de l'OAC est là et qui est vraiment disposé à nous accompagner aussi. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I've just been informed that lunch is ready, but I would like for us to conclude since we've started on the questions and the comments. If we have, yes, please. Ghana, okay. Oh, sorry, Gambia.
Gambia.
Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I will also want to thank the RD for a very good presentation. Mine is about clarity. In 2019 at Uganda, if my recollection is right, I think we've mentioned that there are 2 states with SSECs. And in this presentation as well, it's reflected that there are 2 states with SSECs. So I want to understand what had been the progress of it, what's been the obstacle, why is it that the SACs are still ongoing for up till now? And secondly, why have those states not requested the service of the Africa CS Corporate Expert Scheme to help them resolve those SSECs? Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much. Some of the answers I might give you offline, right? But we have 2 states. Actually, we have got 6 SSCs in 2 states. So that's the magnitude it is in. But both states, there's assistance and support going to those states. To answer your question, what happened? COVID happened. COVID happened. So once COVID happened, the assistance to the states slowed down. On-site assistance couldn't be done. We resorted to remote assistance, which could not resolve those activities. However, the good news is that we have resumed the support. Number 2, in one of the states, after the Kampala meeting, the one you referred to, there was a military activity that now even took us back to, dragged us back to the progress that we had made in securing the political will. It's not that AFI CES could not go there. It's because the situation was such that we could not undertake activities there. But there is a lot that is going on behind the scenes. Even at ATB, we are discussing is it possible for us to go to some of those challenged states in terms of security to undertake activities both by regional office and AFI CES. And there is a lot that we can report that is happening. And very soon, I think we'll be seeing on-site activities as early as next month, on-site activities taking place in both of the states that have SSCs. Thank you.
Ethiopia.
Thank you. I'm representing Ethiopian DG, and I would like to thank RD for the brief presentation. My question is just to know the reason why state's effective implementation result is reduced after ICAO introduced the new protocol question 2020. So most of states reduced their effective implementation result.
Marco is an expert here. So Marco will give us the answer.
Yeah, thanks. We typically update protocol questions regularly. I guess there's like a cycle of 2-3 years. What is done is that you need to understand when we calculate the score you have, it's kind of an average between satisfactory protocol questions and all the protocol questions. So when every 2-3 years, when the base of questions changes, some are actually merged together, some are deleted, and others are created. Now, when questions are deleted, for example, you can imagine if that question was for your country satisfactory, it's deleted, well, you are kind of having one question which is satisfactory for you, doesn't exist anymore, so it's not counted for. That may result in a very little decrease, okay, very little. We are talking here maybe, so out of a score of 100%, it's maybe 2%, okay, 1 or 2%. But it may go up by 1% or 1.5%, or may go down. It depends on what your situation was. So, but we know that, and it's typically adapted. when we modify protocol questions, we look at this impact, and it's really just an impact of everybody, and it's something we cannot really prevent, you know. But as I think Barry said it, you know, the reason is based on this one, you know. But it's very small. Thank you.
Okay. Are you satisfied with the response? Cabo Verde? Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In fact, I would like to do a comment, an observation. Cabo Verde would like to thank all the participating agencies. I think this is the moment, the opportunity to thank all the participating agencies who took part of the AFI volcanic ash exercise. And was a successfully activity. It was the first AFI volcanic ash exercise that we did in the continent. As I said in the beginning, this is a moment to say thank to everybody who helped us in this exercise. Thank you a lot.
Okay. I believe the presentation by Mr. Barry, and I think it's a wake-up call for all of us to exploit and utilize the opportunities that we have in working together, where we may have some challenges in terms of our capacity and resources to leverage on cooperation. And we have some regional and sub-regional bodies and some other entities that are always willing and ready to assist. We know that we suffered a setback during the COVID, but now that these things have improved, I think we now know that the benchmark is no longer 60+%, it's 75%. So we need to roll up our sleeves and emphasize working together. And where we have strengths, let's be willing to share and assist. And where we have challenges, we should not shy from requesting for assistance. On this note, I would like for us to break for lunch. And then when we come back, we will go to agenda number 3, which is the update on APIC and RASC, AFI meetings and priorities. Thank you very much. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate this team again. The chairman of the session, FSG chairman, CA Nigeria, our amiable SecGen and executive directors. I want to ask that they come for a group photograph in 1 minute. The DGCA Nigeria will lead the VIPs to the lunch room. Theirs is separate from other participants. The lunch break is for 50 minutes. We're creating a buffer so that we can gain a tailwind. We've been having headwinds and losing time. Dear participants, please bear with us. A warm round of applause for this session again. Kindly mind your phones and those basics, please. Pretend you're the only saint around. Whilst we're doing that, let me celebrate again the back secretariat team that's here. Banjo Accord Group Secretariat. Let me celebrate Kasoa. Let me celebrate Bagaya. And now to my own mother deck, Bagaso. We all celebrate your presence. And joining us in this meeting, Director General of the Gambia Civil Aviation Authority, His Excellency Fansu Bojang. We celebrate your presence and every other person. Lunch is ready. Bon appetit as I invite the DGCA Nigeria to lead the VIPs. Other guests, you turn to my right and move heading 350 and you establish your leg on your finals. Thank you very much. Mind your phones and some very few other sensitive things. If you have your ATM cards and your stuffs like that, you can leave them with me. Thank you. We'll be back in 50 minutes, 3 o'clock local time, 2 o'clock UTC. Thank you very much, guests. The Executive Director, ISASO, another regional safety oversight organization from Southern Africa, and his team. You're welcome to Nigeria. Welcome to the AFI 7th AFI Week. It's so nice to have ISASO. Welcome. Edie Bagaso, you joined the VIPs. Edie Kasoa, you joined them. Edie ISASO, join the VIPs to your lunchroom, please. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let's borrow your attention. May we settle down to our seats again for the final lap for the day. You graciously allow us to invite again our amiable Secretary Aikao. As he comes back to his seat, join me welcome Mr. Juan Carlos Salazar again. A warm round of applause for him. SAF Regional Director already seated. My own Regional Director Wakaf on short finance. And the FSG Chairman CA Nigeria driving the meeting. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Chairman, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome back from lunch. I think we'll have to find a way to keep everybody awake. I had to turn down the pounded yam because I wasn't sure that if I took pounded yam that I will be able to keep my eyes open. And that would be a disaster. So we will proceed immediately. We just have a slight adjustment in the sequence of events. After Agenda 3, Agenda Item 4, we're supposed to have the AFI DGCA Championship Mechanism status before the European Union collaboration with Africa on aviation. I'm just going to swap those two so that the European Union will make their presentation before the championship mechanism status. That's just a slight adjustment. So I'll call on the Secretariat for the update on the APIC and RASC AFI meetings and priorities.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm going to do the presentation on APERC 24th and RASCAFI 7th meetings that were held last year. The presentation is quite comprehensive as it reflects the reports that you have already received, UDGs. And as you know, when these regional meetings take place, we report to Council through the Air Navigation Commission, and we report to you because the main outcomes are conclusions, which call for action by you, the states. So we won't go into the details. We'll just, I want to walk you through a set of key outcomes of these meetings and call upon states' commitment to implement the conclusions stemming from this meeting. A short background is the evolution in terms of the amendment of the terms of reference governing these bodies established by the Council globally, that is PERCS and RASC. The membership is made of states. In the case of APERC, in the case of RASC-AFI, we are talking of all the states to which the ISAF and WACAF regional office are accredited. The terms of reference have changed, highlighting the need for you DGs to be involved because you are the key members, but at the same time, given the multidisciplinary nature of the issues being dealt with under these regional bodies, you obviously require to be, the assistance of your experts in the subjects which we are dealing with. So we'll have quickly the history of the meetings, which are held back to back with a joint session at the opening and at the closing. Then we look at some specific under RASC-AFI and under APERC, and we'll share some events that are related to the topics we are going to review and to which you are warmly welcome. The meeting were held from 1st to 8th of November last year. I've already mentioned the format. That is, the two groups are meeting back to back. We have a grand opening dealing with common issues, and we have the same closing, since the outcome is a consolidated single report, which we are using for follow-up actions. We are talking of 72 conclusions that were made, decisions that are there referring to the internal work of the auxiliary bodies of the APERC and the RASC-AFI. So following the meetings, as I mentioned, we report to the Air Navigation Commission, and thereafter our report is reviewed by the Council. This process has been completed, and we have the 226 session that's now we will be reviewing the report. I mentioned the key outcomes on which we'll be focusing. For the joint session, we had, in terms of the attendance, 380 participant with a good representation of states, international and regional organizations, and representatives from industry. The key outcomes include the issue of the clarification on the scope of the AFI region. As you know, historically, AFI refers to the African continent and its land masses. There's a slight evolution will need to be formalized so that the scope will be more clear. We have the need for our region to comply to the reporting mechanism and to work in synchronization with the other regions reporting to Council through the ANC. As you know, we are coming from a meeting cycle that was every 8 months and almost every 18, I was saying, every 2 years, while some other regions were meeting annually. Then, thus creating some coordination issues, knowing that we have many interfaces. As the AFI region, we have neighbors from Europe, from South America, even Central America. On the other side, we have neighbors from the Middle East area. So now, according to the terms of reference approved by the Council, we must meet annually and report annually. So I think we are on the way. This meeting will be reviewing the 8th edition of the RASC-AFI report. And then we need to continue implementing monitoring the implementation of the safety and air navigation regional target, which are being monitored by the AFCAC. We have the concern about the rate of reporting from the states. We will call upon your really as DG support in that area so that at any given time we'll be able to report as to how far we have gone with the implementation of the global plans requirements and also the regional plans. So the key outcomes and conclusions from RASC-AFI 7, we have already mentioned the dates of the meeting. The RASC-AFI 7 came out with 13 conclusions directly addressed to states or stakeholders and 4 internal decisions internal to the group. What are the main challenges in the region? We have definitely COVID-19 pandemic. We had conflict in the region, and as I mentioned, COVID, the related mitigation measures taken by states, which translate for aviation into restrictions, travel restrictions, border closures, and such measures that were detrimental to the operation of aviation in our region. We have some issues. Sometimes it's painful to say that, but sometimes we don't feel states' commitment. I'm talking as your secretariat, as a representative of your organization. We have agreed standards to be implemented globally. We have agreed plan, we have agreed target, but sometimes we feel, yes, we have challenges, but we need more support, more commitment from states. Poor communication with states, more related to 2 things. In the pre-COVID era, we had already the issue of connectivity, and that was like exacerbated with COVID measures, including confinement. I know in many states some colleagues were working at home. They couldn't be together, and at the same time, we couldn't even, as regional officers, your regional officers provide assistance because it was challenging. Communicating via email, via virtual solutions, that was what we were left with, but in some states, they didn't have even access to internet. So that was a challenge. We have already discussed in the comprehensive presentation made by Barry about the issues of SSC. We are left with one in the area of safety. And then we have the issue of data collection. We can say it's an issue that is recurrent, unfortunately, but we are trying to really address it. It includes also the responsiveness by states when it comes to state letter, when it comes to surveys, to help us make analysis, strategize, prioritize the various interventions. So as key outcomes and conclusion, I think I've covered them. The restructuring is an internal process that got your blessing. That was mainly to align the work of RASCAFI with the new Global Aviation Safety Plan objectives, goals, and targets. We have the alignment of the Abuja safety target. As you know, they were adopted in July 2012. We are now 10 years later on, while we have got 2 editions of the GAP. So there was need to align, because our states are all members of ICAO, and we need to be fully aligned with the world and reflect that in our targets. And then we have the call for cooperation, the operationalization that was welcome of the EAC and Kasoa Center. I think it's the only one we're having in the region for aviation medicine. And then we have the implementation of the HLCC 2021, which was the subject of Mr. Mohamed Rama's presentation under agenda item 1. So from the discussion, the deliberation, we drew 2 actions to be taken by headquarters or regional officers. First of all, and I would say thanks to COVID in this case, we have discovered some form of assistance that can be provided remotely. But then we needed further guidance, material, and provide training to harmonize the mechanism for the conduct of efficient and effective remote safety oversight inspections. And then we have the conclusion on the ICAO integrated safety trend analysis and reporting. I'm glad to tell you the father of ISTARS is here with us. So I will be glad to direct all the questions you are having on that to Marco. We have the resolution of the only one SSC we are left with. In this slide, I won't go into each of the activities and priorities that we are having. Let me highlight, repeating myself, the need to implement all the recommendations stemming from the AHLCC 2021. We need your support to implement the conclusions from the RASC-AFI, the development of national safety plans, the implementation of the project identified to address deficiencies in specific areas, and on our part, we need to intensify assistance as the conditions so permit. We mentioned the issue of certification of airdrome. There is slow progress, and we have the issue of global reporting format, and I'm glad Ali made it, despite a very complicated itinerary. I think going to Doha to come to Abuja from Morocco is just, I won't say funny, this is what it is now, what we can do. We mentioned the momentum for the issuance of the annual safety report. We have made it this year. We'll look at it. And we have the promotion and support of the ATO, which is the African, the Association of African Training Organizations, and the industry partners. Let me go quickly to APRIC. I will skip common areas already covered under RASC AFI. As far as the implementation challenge are concerned, we have the low participation of high-level officials in meetings. That's why the new membership includes DGs, because at some meeting, I would say always, we have to make decisions. So you need people that are able to make decisions and not having to go back and refer, which sometimes can delay some dynamics underway. For sure, when it comes to major decision, it's it's only normal that we refer to our base. But in some areas, we need some quick decision making, which can only be done by you, who are the bosses, as we said, in countries. I mentioned common issues like political instability. It affects accessibility to states. We have the general issue of the recovery of the sector, so it affects also ANSPs, airports, authorities. And we still have the issue of missing flight plans, operational messages like OPMETs, and so forth, issues on which we are having. In Barry's report, he mentioned how we are faring in terms of RVSM airspace safety. But we have the challenge for the regional monitoring agency, AFI ARMA, which is ours, based in South Africa, to have the proper information like large head deviation or some other relevant information to make sure only RVSM capable aircraft are flying RVSM airspace, and we monitor it for the sake of safety. And it also, lack of data also affects the assessment, the collision risk analysis that we are making in that area. So basically, in terms of the outcomes and conclusions, not only the chairpersonship were renewed, so we now have Tobias Gunsel from Namibia, who is chairing the APRIC meeting. We had the contingency plans for ATM, including volcanic ash management, while we were congratulating and thanking Cabo Verde for having contributed, as we had eruptions, we had threats, but collectively we have been able to learn from that. Likewise, in the areas of search and rescue of aircraft, we issued the first edition of the regional plan, which we have been struggling for some time ago. We have progress in the aeronautical surveillance with the implementation of, a wider implementation of SSR, mainly for the allotment code, the code management plan. Then we have under aeronautical meteorology, the CODEVMET, which is a project established by APRIC to address deficiencies in the area of aeronautical met. The project has been dormant since 2008, but last year we have been able to relaunch the project, and we are calling for more membership so that all the states will benefit from that. We have in the last bullet the reference to AMHS, that is the ATS messaging handling system. which is overdue in the region, and we have very few links, that are international links, implementing this technology, which is meant to bring significant improvement in the ground-ground communication. So here again, we have some actions which we recommended to HQ and others in the spirit of building back better, the air navigation system, and also in line with the plans that we are having to reduce CO2 emissions due to international aviation in the region. We also have an issue that was a concern by airlines regarding the overflight permission fees and charge. The issue is being considered, as it is felt by airlines as another burden among the challenges they are having. For the activities and priorities, that is from now on until the next meeting, here again, we have the implementation of the CAT recommendations and the outcomes of the HLCCs 2021. We have the implementation of the projects related to the implementation of ASBU elements that are relevant to the region. We have the updating of information that is in the air navigation plan, which we are coordinating closely with the Air Navigation Bureau. We have the challenge of funding the project identified and developed by APEC to have them implemented by states. I already mentioned the RVSM airspace safety, where we have the challenges of the data and the reporting from states on large head deviation, and also for strategic lateral offset procedures, which are part of the package to improve safety in RVSM airspace. Certification of aerodromes has been mentioned. We have started addressing cyber safety issues. And then we have the automation of the management of air navigation deficiencies according to the Council methodologies, which we are applying in all regions. And now we have the database finalized, operationalized, as we start interacting with the states for a better management and reporting. We have a project that is a Go Team project related to aeronautical information management. The peer review mechanism amongst ANSP has been relaunched in Lomé a few weeks ago. That was end of March. And then we are still tuned on the realization in the region of a seamless airspace. There are challenges, but we are heading somewhere. So the next events, very quickly, the groups will meet again this year with the RASC 8, that is the steering committee of RASC-AFI, will meet early June. The RASC-AFI safety support team will be meeting from 5th to 6th of July this year, and then we'll have a workshop on LOCAI, UPRT, in November, and SAFET control flight into terrain workshop the same month. That will be not far from the full, that is the plenary of RASC-AFI and also of the APRIC. Similarly, regarding APRIC, we have meetings of auxiliary bodies in July with the APCC, that will be the preparatory meeting to APRIC in September, before the task force that is coordinating common matters between APRIC and RASC-AFI before APEC 2015 to be held back with RASC-AFI 8 in November 22. Okay, here we have some information about the upcoming meetings and additional states. After this presentation, what we do expect from the meeting, it is not only to take the note of the information provided, which you have already, but we felt it's worth sharing the same, and urge states accordingly to nominate focal points to take advantage of the database on deficiencies that was developed. Nominate focal points in all APEC-related areas, urge states to support APEC and RASC contributory bodies, and again encourage state participation at the highest level to the work of these regional bodies. We have some information regarding the operationalization of the database. You can refer to at your own pace, since the same is posted to the event website. I thank you for your attention. Mr. Chair, I submit. And I'm available for questions, if any.
Thank you very much, Regional Director, IKEO WACAF Office. That's a very big job of summarizing, because I'm a bit familiar with the conclusions and decisions of APIC, and especially APIC. If you were to go into details, we'll probably be here till tomorrow, because there are quite a number of very important items. And unfortunately, most states have not been very diligent in ensuring implementation. And this is something which most of the meetings, we are always coming back to the lack of implementation, and that's what you alluded to in the lack of political will and commitment. I would like to call on the participants, the DGs, for comments and questions. I hope it's not the launch effect.
Maybe I didn't use the right language. Did you hear me? Thank you. Yes, I don't see questions, Chair. Should I say Côte d'Ivoire, ASECNA? Charles? Oh,
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Director, Regional Office, WACAF, for this comprehensive presentation. And also thank you to Director Barry for the presentation earlier, which makes a very good summary of the issues and challenges that are being faced by AFI region and AFI states. And just to complement the presentation made by the Regional Director, Mr. Zomento, on the important challenges that were raised toward the Council via the Air Navigation Commission, for which I would like to thank our colleagues for the very good presentation during the SLP consideration of the reports. And actually, those important challenges were raised, and they are under consideration. My intervention specifically goes to maybe the last 2 points which were raised by the Director Zomento regarding the challenge posed by the definition of AFI regions, which is not always in line with the areas that are covered by the 2 regional offices, making it sometimes difficult to coordinate the activities, and creates also interoperability issues. And for sure, this challenge was raised already during the 23rd meeting of APEC. It is under consideration, and it was raised today, recently, during the 24th. So what will be interesting and what will be expected from the AFI, the meeting here is to have, to see how the AFI plan and the DGs and the bodies like AFCAC can contribute to the proposals or solutions to solve the problem. Because what is expected is to have a large consultation between the ICAO Secretariat involving the regional offices, but also AFCAC, ACAO, and ICAC, because it affects the states which belong to those areas also. So maybe if from this meeting we can have kind of ideas how to go about it, it will be interesting for the regional office to contribute when time comes with the regional the headquarters to solve this problem. For sure, it will be considered as a global challenge. It will be certainly validated as such by the Navigation Commission before being sent to the level of the Council. But my call is for the contribution, for ideas coming from this meeting. It will be very helpful for the work that is to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kanga, and thank you for your continued support, because you are at the chairmanship of the SRP, that is the ANC body dealing with regional reports. And I think I will say, like in one of our member states in WACAF, they are saying you are asking the answer. So I think your comments suggest a recommendation from this meeting as to the way forward, so that the regional office and AFCAC and other body, we can provide inputs to that process. This is already ongoing. So we take it as it is, and we'll translate it into a recommendation from this meeting, if I got you well. Thank you.
Yes, sir, you got it properly. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, I have a comment from him first, then. Yes, please. Go ahead. Okay, no problem. Please, DG.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all. And as it's my first intervention today, I would like first to thank the Nigerian government for their hospitality to all of us. And I would like to thank you all, Mr. Secretary General and all the directors, for the great effort we used to see from you. And maybe as Egypt is like a joint member with Med Office and the AFI group, so I can share some of the experience. We share most of the problems in the region. But maybe for the aerodrome certification, we had like a small group in the Med Office from experts, they volunteered. And they just offered the support to the states in the region who have some trouble in certification. So the office, they don't pay anything, it's the country. It has to cover all the expenses for the travel, and the state that invite them, they cover the stay, how to stay. And it was really very helpful for the state to get the support, and even for the experts to get exposed to some problems maybe they haven't seen before, maybe they have seen it and they can provide help. And the office raised, the Med Office raised the percentage of the certification. So that just came to my mind when I heard this problem, because we had it there. Another point, and I really support your point of view, that to have a focal point from each country. I totally agree with you that we need the presence of the DGs, but sometimes they are so busy, especially with the COVID, they have many interests, different interests, and it's so hard for them to attend everything. And at the same time, we have focal points in each area. And maybe I was lucky to have the experience to be represented in the council, ICAO council, and going back to my country. So I saw that there is a problem getting the data. As in AFCAC, we already created a group for data. It's the same in the country. We have so many panels, so many working groups. But not all the time everyone is following who's doing what. Sometimes the person move out and AFCAC or ICAO, they don't know. And the state, the email comes to the person directly without CC to his DG or any other department in the CA. So nobody is aware of what's going on. I propose, if I'm allowed to have like one focal point from each country can be the link to the rest who are working. He's in charge to arrange with the DG to get the information or to get the approval or to get the point of view of the state to him. That will be like assistant to the DG. It's not an assistant, but it's a focal point to the state who's aware of everything and can arrange and help the offices, the regional offices or AFCAC or ICAO to get enriched with each one in charge of a small area or a specific area. So maybe that's what quick ideas came to my mind, and I thank you all for the presentations and showing our problems that probably all of us are aware of it, but we need a way to get out of it. Thank you.
Chair, just a word of thanks to Sister Angie and the suggestion in terms of focal points, because I think it's more effective to have one. And in doing so, we are just reinstating an old provision of the handbooks of APRIC. So it goes in that direction. We take the suggestion, and thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, RD. I'm Eric Najenjelwa from the African Union Commission. I wanted to react following the intervention made by DG Côte d'Ivoire about airspace harmonization and the issues you mentioned that need to be done as soon as possible, including the ASBU implementation plan. We have in the framework of SATAM Joint Prioritized Action Plan, you recall that we have the pillar number 4 on aviation infrastructure. And one of the things we have put this year and also next year, one of the priority is to see how we can establish this seamless airspace and air navigation architecture, starting with identifying the gaps. So we have AUC and AFCAC, we have already started working with ICAO to see how we can use the infrastructure gap analysis made by ICAO in 2019 as a basis. But now the next step we wanted to do, maybe we'll discuss in details how we can do it, because I saw it is in support to the challenges DG Côte d'Ivoire mentioned, that we need to bring together all the actors in this issue of seamless airspace. So our idea and what we put in the action plan is to establish a technical working group, which we think we can bring in all the ANSPs and also all the actors that DG mentioned in a kind of continental working group now to discuss, because the first thing is to see the gaps, because there are various initiatives. Some of the recs have already gone ahead in terms of harmonizing things, so we can bring together all the actors in this, in a working group, build on what ICAO has already done as the infrastructure gap, then we can agree on a roadmap now to cross those gaps. We have put it in the quarter 3 and quarter 4, so we can discuss in the modalities and also get the ideas from the DG Cote d'Ivoire how we can do this. But also there is an ANSP platform that has already been established by AFCAC that we can also use. I don't know how operational it is today because it was done, I think, during COVID and before, slightly before COVID. So this is what I wanted to suggest in terms of addressing this issue of a working group which can help us to move forward. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Eric, for reminding us of the fact that we already have the frameworks and ingredients to address it. So in terms of the gap analysis conducted by the AFI plan, that is ICAO, in 2019, that was here, by the way, we had as an outcome the need to have a more longer term planning or gap analysis, because the one we did was like the current situation, what are the current gaps? But we need an horizon that would go like 25 plus years. So we have that need of update. And as you said it, in the Joint Priority Action Plan under the SATM, we have this action to be taken. So we can check under the AFI plan with AFCAC, with you, yourself, AUC, and some other stakeholders, how we update that gap analysis. Now, when it comes to the establishment of a seamless airspace, it is true, it will inform the work toward a seamless airspace. The other strong framework which we are promoting now is the ANSP peer review. I said earlier that Colonel Lata and the government of Togo, who are already AU champion for the implementation of SATM, they hosted a meeting to relaunch the dynamics amongst ANSP of the priority project. You also have the achievement of a seamless airspace in the region. So from what you are saying, we now need, maybe we can take us as a secretariat to APRIC on us to work with stakeholders so that we come up with the roadmap you are calling for towards actual implementation. It won't happen overnight, learning from what happened in Europe and so forth, but at least we have a clear visibility as to the steps to be taken, the roles we need to play, and in that process. Thank you for that. Chair.
Yes, please go ahead. Uganda.
I was negotiating with my neighbor. She has a Christian ladies first in Africa, but she has refused. In your presentation, RD, you touched on lack of information to AMA, and this was, of course, in terms of RDSM. But the issue of information cuts across all things. Variously, we have been talking about lack of information from African states, whether to you, RDs, or to AFCAC, or to ICAO. And in fact, if you don't have good information, not just enough of it, but also accurate, then it is also very difficult to make good decisions, because today it's about information-based decision-making process. Now, what I'm asking, do African states have the information but they don't just give it? Do they need assistance so that they can create or establish data management systems? My guess is that they probably don't have the information because it is not properly captured. Every day they are generating information, but if it is not properly captured, processed, stored, it is impossible to retrieve it and share it. I think we have talked about this in the AFI plan a few times. Annex 19, without information, you are lost. And as Barry alone shared, the pace of SSP is very low. Only one country, thanks to Rwanda, has reached there. And probably the biggest problem is that we don't have reliable data to use in order to do SMS implementation, SSP SMS. So, what can we do? How can the states be assisted to establish appropriate data capturing, processing, management systems? And of course, I don't even want to make it difficult by saying digitalized information, but at least let's start with even the raw data. I think the lady representative from Egypt said information is not shared or something like that, but if it is not captured or even captured properly, it is not possible to share it because you simply don't have it in the form it should be shared. So, Chair, I was thinking that one of the things that we can take out of this is how can we develop data management system for Africa. And then, of course, after that, we can talk about sharing it. Thank you very much.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and just wish to appreciate the AFI RDs for the clear presentation, and also observe that as much as the APAG and the RASC, we are saying we have challenges, we also need to appreciate from where we've come. I have witnessed a lot of improvement in the way APAG meetings have been conducted specifically. We moved from having a whole week of meetings to very efficiently within 3 days and back-to-back with RAS, and it's been working. However, the challenge of having our CEOs at the table during APAG need to be looked at. And in my mind, I see APAG being very technical at times, going much to the details that may not be very motivating for this level as much as we need them. And perhaps we could borrow from the format we are having now in the AFI Week, where we create a session specifically for the DGs. So within APAG and RASC, as much as the chairship is at that level of the DGs, we could loop in a session with very high-level issues where we could brief our CEOs on what they need to take up at that level. This way we can break through in terms of having the technical issues being discussed and at the same time having the ear we need from the CEOs. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to request that when you're making your intervention, please kindly introduce with name and the agency or who you're representing so that it can be properly captured. You have something? Okay, please go ahead.
Mr. Kanga.
Yes, thank you.
Charity Mutoni, representative of Kenya on the Council of
Council. Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Kanga.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, the Regional Director. So just to put things, to make a kind of correction, when my colleague from our African Union was
taking the floor, he talked about the Director General of Côte d'Ivoire. Actually, just to put in context that I did not take the floor as the DG of Côte d'Ivoire. The DG of Côte d'Ivoire is in the room, and, so it was not the DG of Côte d'Ivoire who took the floor. It was Mr. Kanga, who is a member of the Navigation Commission expert. So it was just for the record for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the clarification. Do we have other comments?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, just to thank the comments that came from colleagues. We take them as recommendations as to the way forward to address these critical issues of development of data, data collection, information, the reporting process. It's a must that we need to address, otherwise we can go far in managing the challenges, addressing so we'll reflect them in the report. The one last comment I wanted to make is that that's why we are encouraging DGs to be in such meeting, because when we focus on this issue, it will be good for your secretariat to know, as doctors do. When you go to the doctor, you say, I'm paining from the lower back. So it will help him do something. So we haven't yet addressed the issues properly with the key stakeholders that are DGs, where we say, we are having this issue. What really prevent us from taking the data? Because in some other ways, I just mentioned the report, the 8th report of RASCAFI. How do you get information? We do it with those who are managing airports, with those that are operating airlines. And that's why we get information. But you go to a state, the CAA may not give you the information. So we want to understand how to address it and involving the stakeholders. I mentioned airlines. I mean, if you ask an airline, how many flights do you have from A to B, I think, they know it by heart. I mean, it's automatic. So we need to see what would be the best mechanism to collect the information, because it is there. But how come that we can't get it with using the current channels of getting the information? So we'll initiate something in that. On that note, I think there's no more question, Chair. Barry, you wanted to comment? Otherwise, thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you very much. I wanted to add something on this very sensitive issue, which I think is very pertinent. And to say that if we were to talk about resources, financial resources for this activity, we now have. Because if we can combine the funds that we have in the plans, I think we have about $62,000 earmarked for database development. AFCAC has slightly more than that. If we can put our heads together, the money we have should be able to at least kickstart establishment of a database. When my brother Kabs was giving his intervention, I saw Marco uncomfortable in his seat, but I think Marco can give us a solution. The tools that he developed that we used during the CAT period can be adopted for data capturing. As I mentioned in my presentation, we were at around 80-something% of recommendation implementation. And this was largely based on information that was gathered from states. We can adopt the same approach with some of those tools amended accordingly and capture this information. Is that true, Marco? I think let him. If you can give him a minute. I think Marco could give us some kind of something that can unlock this very easily unlock this challenge.
Is it what? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
actually, we had recently done an evaluation of the response to COVID-19, and the fact that we were able to create a tool to capture implementation, of recommendations from CART, which did not exist before. So the recommendations were there, and in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, we were able to build a system to collect the information using focal points, and yes, it actually worked very well. Okay? So it just shows that it is not complicated. It's not complicated, but there needs to be what we saw is that there's always a tiredness of reporting. That's a little bit of a problem. So if there's a tiredness and of manually providing information. Whereas in the data world, often you can just connect to something, connect to a system which already has the information. So I think that's something, for example, we also did for COVID when we collected directly, infection numbers from WHO. We did not ask the states to provide us data on how many infections they had. No, we connected to some other source. Okay? So that already was an improvement, to that. So I believe we can definitely go there. And with my colleagues from safety management, we're actually working on solutions on that, probably in IPACs or something bigger. But we know that we can probably do something centralized but smart. So not that it creates yet another burden of someone providing manually information, but if we can just connect things already. So, but you're right. We're building something fast, and it worked very well. Thank you.
Michael, I think some of the comments and contributions actually go to the heart of the challenges we are having. We have to say, when we talk about having the stakeholders at the appropriate level to be part of the meeting, and then we talk about what are the discussions and to what level of details do we go to, then there has to be a balance. And I think the suggestion by the rep from Kenya is something for us to consider, because the DGs, their time is very valuable. Also, it's good for them to have an overview so that when things are presented for them to approve or to support, they already, they've heard about it. It's not something that one of their officers is trying to push or something. They know this is something which is good globally. And so we have to look for a way to balance. Issue of focal points, coordination, I think this will always evolve. States will have to devise means to ensure that when things are coming from ICAO, from APIC, that these requests or information are properly processed within the states, that is the CAA. And one of the challenges that we have is sometimes even when you have a focal person, a focal point, if there is no support to that focal person, it means it's one individual, and when you remove that individual from the system, everything collapses. So beyond the focal person, states must build a system to support so that even while the focal person is there, there can be a succession plan, sort of, and also to ensure that there is a system. It's important. So that it's not just one person, Yes, that person is efficient, you appears as if the state is efficient. But if just remove that person and then everything collapses. So those are my own comments on the issue. I want to thank everybody for the very useful and lively contributions. We will go to the next agenda item. As I said before, we are making slight adjustments. I'll call on the European Union collaboration with African Aviation. And thereafter, I think we will do the IPADIS, which I understand is going to be present remotely before we have the AFI DGCA championship mechanism status. So, European Union collaboration.
You need assistance, Peter?
There is a PowerPoint presentation.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have a presentation?
La présentation de l'Union européenne. So that's your guide. Okay, thank you.
That's it. Okay. I'll go in front.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary General, your dignitaries, dear colleagues. I think we have all the same feeling that it's so good to be back. We have all been locked down in our offices and in our homes for 2 or 3 grim years, and it's a fantastic feeling to see each of you again. That's very nice. I think one of the legacies which Dr. Aliou left in when he left ICAO was the no country left behind philosophy, which since then has remained one of the pillars, I think, of the global ICAO strategy. And this no country left behind philosophy has become probably even more important as we have all lived through the pandemic. You will all remember Mr. Esono and his work in CART, and when we were meeting virtually at the HLCC meeting, how we have also together tried to make sure we would come out of this crisis together. Something wrong? Yeah, we need to use a slide. Okay, sir. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so use this. And this no country left behind is something we think we should pursue even more, and that's also the reason why I'm very happy to the organizers to be allowed to say a few words on how we try to tackle this from a European perspective. In general, we try to collaborate as much as we can, and we work through technical cooperation with project partners, which is often EASA, which is most often our safety agency, EASA, which is sometimes ECAC, which is also sometimes AFCAC, and we also work very closely together with ICAO, because that's the one principle we try to stick to. We need to be sure that everybody knows what the other is doing. We cannot avoid to lose time by having various cooperation going one against the other. And so we need to talk to each other, and that's what we also try to do, for example, notably with the 2 regional offices here in Africa. Just a few examples of how we try to materialize our belief in no country left behind. We have been doing CO2 mitigation. We're doing a lot in safety. We have a long tradition in working together with countries in aviation safety. We also work together with AFCAC, notably with regard to SATEM, which is something we really think is an important framework to enhance aviation. I think it was the DG of Togo, who made a passionate appeal this morning to strengthen SATEM, and we are there to assist where we can. We try to also assist and work together in the area of security with the CASE project, which I hope many of you have seen happening in their own country. We try to do things in the Euro-Med area as well. There are a few colleagues here from that region as well, and it's nice to talk with them as well. We have a very close collaboration, and the director will confirm with ASECNA, where we collaborate on the rollout of EGNOS. There is work going on with COMESA, and there is also work going on with regard to COVID, and notably also the spread of the EU DCC, which is for a number of you already a reality, but we are ready to assist there as well. There is also, and that's the last one I want to mention, a program being developed to work together on sustainable alternative fuels. I cannot say that much yet, but we hope to have something up and running by the Assembly, because we think, as we all do, that SAF will play an important role in arriving at an agreement in the Assembly, and we think this is something which is a win-win situation for all of us. So we want to bring knowledge also in relation to SAF to as many partners as possible. I'm giving all these projects also to pay a bit tribute to all the people in Africa and in Europe who make this collaboration possible. As you know, everybody wants money, everybody wants the same money, and so we are fighting very hard in Brussels to make sure that aviation is not forgotten, and I'm very proud, in fact, to say that thanks to the work of many people, aviation is probably the sector who gets most attention, or is one of the sectors getting a lot of attention in terms of technical cooperation. So I think that is, I'm very grateful for that. We are working very well. Sorry, I forget to. We're working very closely with AFCAC, of course, because they are the boots on the ground, just a bit like the regional offices. You have the knowledge, you know what is going well, what is not going well in various countries, so that's the knowledge we need to be able to work together in this collaboration with AFCAC, which we really hope to strengthen in the future even further, is encompassing basically all areas of aviation. We are trying to work with you in Africa, but we would in fact like to work maybe more with you also at the global level, notably at ICAO. If you look at it from the outside, I think both Europe and both as well as Africa are very important players at the ICAO scene. If we work together, we already have a small half of all the members of ICAO. If we work together with LACAC, with AFCAC, and with ICAC, we support each other for the elections in the council, and we intend to remain and keep doing that to make sure that we all have an appropriate representation on the council. But we should also try, I think, to make together or to work closer together in trying to push ICAO in a direction which is beneficial for us and for you. And maybe that is something we did not do enough in the past, and something which I hope we should be able to do more in the months ahead of the Assembly and during the Assembly. In fact, if there is something which you all want and which we all want, I don't think it would be easy for ICAO not to follow suit. So it is important that we exchange ideas, that we try to convince each other, that we try to explain to each other what we are doing. And I'm having a number of meetings with some of you, and that's also a message we want to bring. So as I said, the assembly is upcoming, and there is a whole range of areas where we could try to collaborate. Again, it's evident that not all our positions are aligned, and in some areas they are more aligned than in others, but at least we should try to talk. There is the environmental discussion, which will be the most difficult one, we know that, but speaking and listening helps a lot. The recovery after the COVID-19, safety, there will be a lot of safety issues where normally and traditionally we meet each other. Security will be on the program, and also in ATM there is a lot which binds us much more than which divides us. So in sum, and summing up in fact three elements I wanted to bring. European Union is here, and if you allow for this, we are very ready to stay. I think it's fair to say that in aviation at least, we do not only talk, but we also like and try to act as much as we can. And then with regard to the assembly, I think that we should try to be as collaborative as possible from both sides, collaborate and reach agreements where we do agree, and if not, try to find honorable compromises to make the ICAO assembly the success which we all need globally. So thank you very much for your attention, and see you later.
Thank you very much. Please, comments, questions, contributions. Uganda rep.
Since Chair, I have taken the floor a few times. If there are people who would like to take now before me, I'll cede the floor, but otherwise I have a comment, yes.
Okay. AUC.
Now I come after. Okay, thank you, Chair. I wanted to take the opportunity to thank the EU for the support provided so far. The African Union Commission has been working closely with the EU, and the support that has been given to the aviation sector since even before COVID. I wanted to mention the aviation safety in aviation project, which was launched around 2019, and through EASA, we are really grateful, especially the support given to the regional safety and security organizations. Secondly, on SATAM, I think now in the last SATAM Joint Prioritized Action Plan meeting, which was hosted by AFCAC, it was agreed that the EU will always also be part of the key partners and stakeholders to even come in the annual coordination meeting of SATAM to contribute in the various pillars of the SATAM implementation. I just wanted to make a last proposal on the list of the areas of support that EU is considering currently. That based on the challenges that have been highlighted this morning and this afternoon in terms of implementing the ICAO programs, one of the areas which still has a lot of challenges is also the aviation training programs. So it is this opportunity that I would propose that in the list of the priority areas, being in the current arrangements, either with AFCAC or with the other organization, if aviation training can be added in the areas that we can collaborate on, this will help us to support the activities of the AATO, the African Aviation Training Organization, which, as mentioned this morning, and it will also come in the program of the AFI Week, we need not only EU but other partners to advance in this area. Thank you.
Please go ahead, Uganda.
Hello? Yeah. So I would like. Okay. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like also quickly to thank EU and my good friend Peter for the good news he has brought to us. And for sure, I can attest that they have been very actively collaborating with us, and we have gained a lot in that collaboration. I have just one comment plus half a comment. The comment is there was good reference on environment issues, COSIA, AeroTag, SAFs, and that kind of thing. And just to remind EU that when COSIA was being designed, most African states were actually left out. They were exempted. But at the end of the day, or as we speak now, most African states have volunteered to be part of COSIA, because that way they wanted to be part of the solution for the globe, but they were also, with other developing countries, promised three things. One was knowledge sharing, technology transfer, and financial support. And in particular, some support to do national aviation plans, environmental plans. They did work with some African countries, but only a few. The rest are there. They are members of COSIA, but they need a lot of assistance so that they are able to draw the national plans to determine how effectively they can participate in COSIA. I think this is a message perhaps you can go with to be able to realize what was promised in order to make them active participating members. The other point which I would add to AU, what he has said, the areas that I think would be urgently needing some collaboration is airport certification. I think earlier on, Barry elaborated on this. I don't want to go back to it, but it was clear that we are struggling with that subject matter, and I think if there is any area that perhaps could urgently be collaborated on is aerodrome certification. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have other comments? Yes. Please go ahead. Yes, I can see your hand. Please introduce yourself, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Bonsoir à tous. Je suis Bakienon, lui, de la SECNA. Alors, je voudrais également remercier l'Union européenne pour les appuis multiformes qui sont apportés aussi bien à la CAFAC, à l'OACI, à nos États. Et la mienne serait une contribution dans les appuis de l'Union européenne vers donc, nos États. Il s'agit particulièrement lorsque il faut certifier certains équipements. Je veux particulièrement rappeler, il y a une dizaine de jours, au niveau de l'Union européenne, ils ont recertifié un équipement qui est utilisé aussi bien en Europe qu'en Afrique. Il s'agit donc de la technologie ADS-B par satellite. Et dans le cadre de la coopération, dans le cadre donc de l'appui aux États africains, cela aurait pu se faire avec les États de l'Afrique qui, eux également, ont besoin, utilisent cette technologie et ont besoin par la suite aussi de la certifier pour pouvoir l'utiliser dans leurs services. Donc pour bénéficier de ces capacités européennes, on aurait donc pu apporter donc ces éléments aux États africains pour qu'ensemble nous puissions le faire. Donc pour nous, c'est une manière également donc de coopérer qui permettrait de faire avancer les États africains au lieu qu'à leur tour par la suite, ils refassent la même chose, ce qui donc perd du temps et appelle beaucoup plus en termes donc de finances. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Do we still have more comments? Yes, please go ahead. I cannot see from here, but go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Mugambi Tonchebere, the President, Association of African Training Organizations, AATO. I'm also representing the Director General, the new Director General of Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, Mr. Emil Arao, who has sent me with special greetings to all of you. I want to appreciate the presentation by the European Union gentleman and also support what the representative of African Commissioner Eric has said, that in the area of training, AATO is facing challenges that has made it a bit difficult to implement the roadmap that had been formulated and approved by AFI Plan during the Kampala AFI Week. We have a complete plan on areas of training that require attention for African states to implement SAPs. And this plan is already formulated and approved, and what we would wish to request for is support from the states and other partners so that we can implement this, and we believe once it is implemented, then the states will do better in all areas, including critical element number 4. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Do I still have any? Okay. So we will proceed to the next. We'll proceed to the next item. There is a presentation by iPadis. Is it ready? It's ready. Please let them project and play it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Thank you. I please indicate that you can hear me. Yeah. It's a pleasure to be here. And then it would have been very nice for me to be in Nigeria at this time. It's my home country, and I would have had the opportunity to meet a lot of you, but including those in Montreal that I did not see for a while. But it's a pleasure anyway that through the use of technology, I can join you. I want to thank IQ for the kind invitation for iPadis to meet with you to discuss and talk about issues to the Director General of Civil Aviation in Africa. I must say that a lot of issues that you're going to discuss today, whether it is with respect to AFI Plan, AFI SEPA Plan, Human Resources Development Fund, the AATO, and the Regional Safety Oversight Organizations are things that are, are very important to me, and I've had the honor to have championed some of these issues in the past, including the No Country Like Being Held initiative. But today, that is not what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to talk about innovation, I'm going to talk about sustainability, I'm going to talk about social responsibility. First of all, I want to show you this graphic that I've shown a couple of times. It doesn't belong to IPADIS, by the way. It was developed by ATAC, the Air Transport Action Group. And as a matter of fact, just for two things I'm showing this. First, to see the complexity of the stakeholders that are involved in aviation, and that without partnership and cooperation, they cannot function, our industry cannot function. But then the second question that comes to people's mind when they hear IPADIS is that by the way, we have IATA for airlines, we have ACI for airports, we have the Council for Air Navigation Service Providers. What is IPADIS and what does IPADIS bring to it? So I will take 2 slides about to just explain what the concept of IPADIS is. So it's International Partners for Aviation Development, Innovation, and Sustainability. It is an international NGO established in 2020 in the midst of the pandemic in Montreal, Canada. It is non-profit, it's independent, no political, ideological, or other special interest. So we don't represent any industry groups. Of course, we are a non-governmental organization, and we don't represent governments as well. I have the honor to be the founding president of this body, and in the governing board of IPADIS, you have a number of people that you may be familiar with who are former leaders of ICAO, like Roberto Kubia was the president of ICAO Council. Raymond Benjamin was Secretary General of ICAO. On the board is the former Minister of Aviation in Egypt, Dennis Chanyon, and other persons as well. So some people may describe it as an old boys club. The way I see it is that these are a group of people that have experience in aviation and that have the diplomatic skills to raise issues at whatever level, and they are not worried about any political fallout from whatever they say. It's a think tank, and we're involved in advocacy. Essentially, IPADIS is an interface between the aviation industry and civil society. And the essence is to promote the interests of users and expectations of the civil society in order to ensure that those interests find their way into national policies, regional policies, and global policies. But at the bottom of our thinking and activities, we want every community to have access to aviation's benefits, social progress, economic growth, and sustainability. Now, these are the 3 pillars of sustainable development, and they are the basis for the UN Sustainable Development Goals. In essence, what we are promoting is we're promoting aviation benefits for us. If No Country Left Behind was aimed at finding or eliminating the disparity among states in terms of the implementation of safety, security, efficiency, and all the rest, the purpose here is to ensure that aviation benefits comes to everyone in the community, all the states, all the society, but not only those that fly, but the general society that can benefit in one way or the other from aviation. Even if they don't fly, even if they don't send cargo, even if they don't go on tourism, the whole society can benefit. And there are tools that is increasingly making this possible. I have a freeze. Oof. Yeah. So in essence, in IPADIS, we look at the stakeholders differently. We put the community in the center of the universe of aviation. Every other person is working to meet the needs of the society and the people that use aviation. For all, and we have to take into account their interest for everything whether it is speed, efficiency, the quality of service, the affordability, seamless travel, the risks, the values, of course, safety, the rights protection. And we look at it from 4 focus areas. Aviation development is the bedrock of what we do, but we focus in particular, as you can envisage from the name of the organization, innovation, sustainability, and social responsibility. The UN SDGs 16 and 17 is dedicated to the issue of collaboration and cooperation to promote peace in the world, peace, justice, and security in the world, but also for the achievement of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. So, at the bedrock of our activities is the issue of cooperation and partnerships. We partner with governments, organizations, industry, and civil society stakeholders. Just for more information, we have an MOU with ICAO, we have an observer status with ICAO, we have MOUs concluded with regional organizations like AFCAC, LACAC, IAC. For those who do not know IAC, IAC is the Interstate Aviation Committee. It's for the Euro-Asian countries of former Soviet Union. In order to collaborate with EU institutions, we are on the EU Transparency Register. We have MOU with UAE. We've collaborated with Nigeria and a number of other states around the world. We also have MOU and cooperate with other NGOs. Alicanto is one that is very dear to my heart because this was midwifed with the support of ICAO. It's the Association of Aviation Universities and Academic Institutions. We have MOU with Hermes and with CAROL. For those who do not know CAROL, CAROL is a community-based organization for persons with disability that is responsible for handling issues with respect to culture and tourism here in Canada. We have collaborated and we continue to collaborate with financial and academic institutions. Now, within the African region, with the kind invitation of the Nigerian Ministry of Aviation and the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, we did organize a high-level ministerial meeting on enhancing air transport connectivity and growth in West Africa in March 2021. The meeting did not only come out with a communique, but really a plan of action that provided strategies for post-COVID-19 recovery and the long-term sustainable development of air transport in the region. I think this is important because before COVID, the region was facing challenges. And after the COVID exacerbated it, but our region needed, or the West African region needed to have strategy for which they can build a resilient system and sustainable development for sustainable development of air transport looking to the future. That meeting was attended not only by West African states, but also some states from Central Africa and from the Caribbean. And interestingly, one of the states in the Caribbean, we spoke recently, they say most of the strategies that were outlined here, they are found very useful and they're using them. So I think although the focus was West Africa, it is also of importance that other states in the African region take into account those 15-point strategies that were developed that were the result of that meeting. The AFCAC Secretariat and COMESA were in discussion. We had several meetings on for a high-level ministerial meeting on SATM and sustainable development of air transport within Eastern Africa, Southern Africa, and Indian Ocean. AFCAC essentially wanted us to do, since we've had some issues to support West Africa for the other, and they felt SATM is somewhere, that is some issue, SATM implementation is something that we can work on. That is being planned. We're waiting for AFCAC Secretariat and COMESA Secretariat to give the go-ahead, and we will be there to support in that regard. We've also worked on a number of African initiatives. IPAD has participated actively with World Bank. It was their event. They invited us. on a webinar on African aviation and COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. And of course, we continue to collaborate with the African Union Commission. We contributed to the high-level meeting on vaccine passport and its implication to African air transport industry that was called to develop the African position paper. But let me take you to the next issue, the main issue that I want to talk about now. Innovation. Innovation is in technology, in process, in approach, thinking, action. Innovation is permeating everything that we do. It has been the hallmark of aviation since its establishment, but innovation is not an issue for developing countries alone or those that develop the technology. We believe that innovation is an opportunity for technological development, particularly for developing economies around the world. But it is important in looking at this and getting involved in aviation technology and improvement that we do not try to reinvent the wheel. We have to look beyond the traditional technology and operations because those have been, as they have advanced. In many instances, when I hear that states or organizations are trying to develop new airplanes, new aircraft, it's very difficult to make a dent in that market, for example. There have been countries that have been doing that before. If you all recall that Netherlands used to produce Fokker, Germany used to produce Dornier aircraft, but there's been so much consolidation in the industry and so much that for a developing country, we have to approach getting involved in aviation technology in a little bit smarter way. We have to focus on cost-effective solutions, particularly those technology and applications that are new or that will help the developing states to leapfrog legacy systems. There is no need going to develop this legacy system. Look for how to leapfrog the legacy systems, or just look for how to use existing applications in different ways. We have to apply experience and synergies from other sectors where African states, developing economies, have been able to actually leapfrog. One of them is ICT, the simple use of telephone. FinTech applications. There's so many things that are happening in Africa now. And if we look at that, those experiences, multi-purpose technology that can be multi-purpose, multifunctional, adaptable, user-friendly and environment-friendly have been very successful. So we at AFI will promote innovation, modernization of aviation infrastructure, an efficient intermodal transport system towards bridging the digital divide, ensuring equal access to information and knowledge among states, and building sustainable cities and communities. And those are aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 9 and 11. A little examples about the ongoing innovation in the aviation sector, particularly those that can deliver those cost-effective solutions to Africa. Everybody knows about drones. I think last week, even in Nigeria, there was a drone tech exhibition, and everything, drones is being used for everything now. Nav-based inspection. There is the possibility to use drones for navigation inspection, rather than having a calibration aircraft that you feel that's polluting and you have to roster pilots, because it is safer. So there is a solution there. There is a solution for the use of drones for accident and disaster site management and area surveillance. Drones are being used to deliver blood, medicine, vaccines, and parcels. And particularly, I was particularly impressed when I visited Rwanda a few years back, and I saw the use of drones for delivery of blood and medicine. And Rwanda is not by any means the major technology country, but they started it. It's all about leadership. It's all about taking advantage of what is there. Drones can be used for the monitoring of oil and gas operations and pipelines, for immigration, land and maritime border security, for national security, by the way, terrorism, banditry, kidnapping, maritime piracy, agriculture, wildlife management, firefighting, etc. The use of drones are limitless. You talk about urban air mobility. Maybe this is something for people where people have a lot of disposable income. But I would posit that even countries like Nigeria, major cities, there are people that have that will be able to make use of urban air mobility. In terms of aviation proper, in the area of air traffic management, a good example is space-based ADSB. I think ASECNA is already working on this, or they're using this. Many airports that are in remote areas that you really do not want to invest a lot of cost in having significant investment in air traffic management. The remote and digital towers are a good solution. Of course, you all know a little bit about the UTM, and this is UAV traffic management that is important for the operations of drones, and that has been developed. In terms of aerodromes, we have been very interested in all the technology that leads to the greening of airports, in terms of their waste disposal, in terms of their facilities for powering the systems, whether it is solar or wind. There is an airport in Galapagos in Ecuador that is completely based on renewable energy. Now, there is some also discussions ongoing about the use of luminescent pins at airports where you cannot provide taxiway lightings and runway lights, but a safety case has to be made. You know about the air passports and on the identity documentation, the airway bill and ticketing has been a sense of the biometrics and control technology. Underlying all that is that there's a lot of management in terms has to be done with data. So big data, ICT, fintech apps, as I mentioned. But behind providing the backbone for a lot of innovation now in many of the sectors is the Internet of Things, machine learning, AI, that is artificial intelligence, blockchain, and cybersecurity. There was an anecdotal information that says that one of the fastest growing markets for cryptocurrency, not only in Africa, but in the world now, is Nigeria. So you have a teeming population of young people that are ready for innovation. Nothing should stop us. There should be nothing constraining this. And this is as far as innovation is concerned, the main concern that we have is innovation in regulatory services. States have to have a national aviation policy that promotes innovation, that recognize the importance of strategic planning for this and the intersectoral synergies that is required for innovation to thrive. Regulators have to find a way to keep an open mind and be receptive to new entrants and new ideas, because it's also an opportunity for them to develop new skills. The people who are the new entrants that are coming and bringing all the innovation and technology to you, they have worked on all these matters. There are something new to the regulator. The same way regulators work with new operators when they are bringing new aircraft and new equipment to the country, and they expand the scope of their knowledge and skills. The same thing is involved in handling the issue of innovation. So regulators should consider the implementation of innovation networks, incubators, and accelerators, importantly to reduce the time that is required for approval processes, for review, for consideration, for approval. Mind you, since these are innovative technology coming in or processes, ideas coming in, it is not all the time that you have the appropriate IQ staffs covering that technology. That has to be clear. Even when IQ was created in 1944, aviation industry has operated for about 40 years and planes were flying. So the issue of having the appropriate staffs or enough sufficient staff, if you wait for IQ staffs to be developed for every new idea that is coming, you will miss the boat. We will miss the boat. So states themselves can develop new regulations or take the existing IQ staffs and adapt them for use. Your role as regulator, the roles of the GCAs, is to implement safeguards. That is a given. On behalf of the public, that is what you do, to implement safeguards. But those safeguards should be appropriate, whether it is for safety, security, privacy, ethics, liability, whatever. And we have to, again, I think the key word is appropriate. For example, security, drone operation, there are a lot of national security concerns. But I can just say to you, remember 9/11 in 2001. Aviation was used as an instrument against national security, as an instrument, a plane crash. But because that happened, yes, people didn't stop planes from flying. You have the issue. So the risks are always there with any new technology. The issue is that how do you mitigate these risks? How do you identify the hazards? And the processes you put in place should be proportionate. It should be proportionate. In terms of privacy, there's intrusion of privacy with new technology. All of you are carrying phones, and your phones are monitoring your movement. If you think that is not the case, that is not true. But when you get the phone, you are supposed to agree to some issues. So you knowingly give over some of your privacy issues. The level of liability has to also be commensurate. You don't sue a government because you work on the road that has been built for you. So it has to be commensurate. These are the issues that the regulators have to look at, the safeguards, but how to make the safeguards to be appropriate and proportionate, not overbearing, not killing the business. Keep an open mind. And when you do that, in order to build a body of intelligence, regulatory intelligence in the world, share your experience with ICAO and with other CAs. Regional cooperation is very important because many of these, including the drone operation, will soon be cross-border operations. There are already discussions ongoing for cross-border operations. And because it helps to limit the amount of investment that is required. So, following the issue of innovation, the next subject of concern to us is sustainability. The ICAO basket of measures, you all know about this, the aircraft technology. I have a personal pride that we were the first industry to set emission standard for CO2 emission standards for new aircraft that is coming. But those we have also worked on the Global Air Navigation Plan collectively to enhance air navigation efficiency. Sustainable aviation fuel is another area where there's a lot of work that has been done. COSIA has been mentioned by the representative of EU. But with all my pride in the historical adoption of COSIA, the truth of the matter is that COSIA was supposed to be a stopgap. Because while we have not reached the level of efficiency we needed a market-based measure to fill that gap. And that was an important step taken. You know that ICAO is working on the long-term aspirational goal. In order to meet any goal that is determined, if you determine one, you need to use all these baskets of measures. to meet it. There's a lot of work that is ongoing on research and development on zero emission propulsion system, whether it is electric, hydrogen, or solar. But this will take time. From our perspective at IPADIS, what we believe offers the best potential for meeting any long-term goal that is established is sustainable aviation fuels. I know that there are a number of council members here who have had discussion about the sustainability criteria, availability of equitable access to availability of people that can certify sustainable aviation fuels. Those are legitimate discussions, policy discussions that you should have. But my question is, how can African countries benefit? You do not benefit by being on the waist or standing by the wayside. You benefit by getting engaged. So how do you benefit? Why? Because climate change is an existential challenge. We at IPADIS will promote urgent action by the aviation industry to combat climate change and minimize its impact. That is consistent with the UN Sustainable Development Goal 13. So how do you benefit? I think if the African states should take a critical look at sustainable aviation fuels. One, it is an emerging sector, space for new entrants. It is not saturated. It's something that's still open. If you cast your mind back, when it comes to solar panels and batteries, countries like China, India, they took the lead and they are part of the discussion. South Korea. When it comes to biofuels, Brazil for many years has been a leader in the production of biofuels for cars. So whenever there is an emerging sector, there is space for new entrants, particularly emerging economies and countries and developing countries to participate. I believe sustainable aviation fuels is one of those areas. First, because it is an opportunity to diversify your economy. Now, for oil-producing countries, they still have resources from oil. This will be a thing of the past very soon. But for non-oil-producing countries, you have nothing to lose. You can diversify your economy by getting involved in sustainable aviation fuels. There have been several feasibility studies done and pathways approach using different sources of feedstocks to produce sustainable aviation fuels that is proven to be safe to be used in planes. As a matter of fact, when I was in ICAO, with the support with the European Union, I recall that there were two feasibility studies done for Burkina Faso and Kenya. Now, those two countries were cheap, but all the countries around them have the same vegetation, the same sources of material, the same thing applies. I hope those states are taking advantage of those feasibility studies. The others can also take advantage of those as well. So there are so many feedstocks available in many developing states, whether they are whether it is sorghum, sugarcane, palm oil, industrial waste, the various pathways that have been. And there's a range of operations where you can get involved, whether it is in the production. And for those who have been involved in a refinery of crude oil, distillery of alcohol, production of beer, and all the rest of it, you already have the technological know-how to be able to do, to get involved in that. There's transportation, there's storage, there's distribution. Caps before mentioned the issue of technology transfer. If you're thinking about technology transfer, easy as this is one area that technology transfer, access to financing and capacity building can be really helpful. But then, what are the challenges? High-level engagement and sensitization is required for states to really understand that this is an opportunity. To have national regional policy on sustainable aviation fuels, but to also understand that air transport is an end user. So there is need to collaborate with other sectors if you really want to make sure that your governments and states get involved and succeed by initiating national and most probably joint venture projects. The third element that I will quickly talk about is the issue of social responsibility. The UN puts a lot of premium on social responsibility, so should aviation. In fact, about 5 UN Sustainable Development Goals are devoted to this.
Yeah, Dr.
Poverty
Ali.
reduction, quality education, gender equality, decent work and economic growth, biodiversity and good life on land, the arts, the healing of the earth. The issue is a critical factor. That is how I believe at IPADIS, that the long-term sustainability of aviation, of air transport, is dependent on the ability of our sector to meet its social responsibility. And this is not limited only to environmental.
Sorry, Dr. Ali.
It is also gender equality, inclusion and accessibility,
Can you hear
youth
me?
empowerment, workers' welfare, humanitarian assistance, consumer protection, and future generations will reward those companies that add net value to society. Please remember that and bear that in mind.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aliu. That was quite a lot of information presented, and the challenges of encouraging innovation, especially by established, should I say, the typical government system, is always something which must be deliberately addressed. Otherwise, we will all remain in our comfort zone. This is the way we've been doing it. This is the only safe way to do it. And then we don't innovate. And when you don't innovate, eventually the system will die, because things are always evolving and you need to come up with new ways to meet contemporary challenges. Thank you very much, Dr. Ali, once again. I'm going to request, because we've actually taken more time than we anticipated, and we are running out of time because we still have other programs after this DGCA meeting. So if you have comments, questions, or contributions, please, I'll ask them to display the contact of iPaddies so that you can send your message or questions to that email address. And I can assure you, Dr. Ali will respond. We do not have the luxury of time of back and forth on this virtual presentation. So we will go to the next agenda item, which is the AFI DGCA championship mechanism status, and I will ask and plead with Barry to please make it. Yes, thank you.
Marie, can we have the presentation, please? As they are bringing the presentation here, the chairman has given me 10 minutes. I'm going to try to catch up with 10 minutes. But I think I might manage. Reason being that this paper is actually presenting something that needs action after this meeting, and there's not much to report other than to give you some of the issues that we have been facing.
Yes, this is the one.
Working paper number 04. You put in the agenda.
This one.
So, background to this AFI DGCA championship mechanism. In November 2016, we had a DGCA meeting in Congo, Brazzaville. I still believe it was the best and most successful and fruitful DGCA meeting we have held in the region. That meeting adopted a mechanism to prioritize activities within the AFI region, and it involved a priority implementation action plan. The concept of championship had three purposes. One was to identify activities that we could be undertaken as a priority in the region. Number two was to identify DGs that could be champions with their states. And number three was to identify areas where ICAO could help. And this was covering all the strategic objectives. In the area of safety, we identified, I would call them 4 key areas. Number one was on the EEI. At that time, we were looking at 60% as our benchmark. We were saying states that were below 60 should raise by 15%. States that were above 60 should raise by 5%. And this we're looking at thinking it could be done annually. As I mentioned this morning, the dynamics of the GASEP revision have changed this, and it needs to be looked at. The second one was on resolving of SSCs and avoiding the emerging ones. We still have the SSC that was existing, but a lot has been done in the avoiding the emerging new SSCs. The third item was on SSP implementation. I gave you the information this morning. The fourth was on states utilizing the ICAO I-implement tool. I don't know whether it is still very valid as it were then, but I think it is. And this also included familiarization with the CAP and the CAP implementation. The fifth was on the certification of international aerodromes, and the target that we came up with in that meeting was that at least one aerodrome in each state must be certified. Unfortunately, that hasn't happened. Actually, the only country that has all the airports fully certified, I think, is South Africa, with 11 airports fully certified in the state. Maybe it has changed, but at that point, it was only South Africa. Who were the champions then? Togo was the champion and is still the champion, Kanolata. And we had Botswana as the supporting champion. In fact, Togo is the only state as a champion that has ever provided a status report on their championship. Thanks very much, Kanolata. In the area of air navigation capacity and efficiency, we identified 5 key areas that every state should develop and update and implement PBN as that time it was Block 0, 2016 it was Block 0. This has since changed and has been overtaken by events. The DGs looked at the states to establish an effective and operational search and rescue mechanism, and this was looking at developing plans and signing agreements. The third area was on the transition from AIS to AIM, Aeronautical Information Services to Information Management, and developing of the national plans. Now, the fourth area in air navigation capacity was developing regulatory framework and enhancing supervision for aeronautical meteorological services and developing regulations. In the ESC region, this has advanced tremendously with harmonized regulations. Then, last but not least in that area, we looked at the CODEVMET, the project that I talked about this morning. The champions were Senegal and supported by Sudan. Senegal has continued to be effective, although they have not produced a report, and their Director General has attended all DGCA meetings, the previous and the current one, my dear friend Sidi. Thank you very much, Senegal, for being consistent. Sudan has been having some challenges, as you all know. In the area of security and facilitation, we had states to develop national action plans for the implementation of the Windhoek Security Declaration and targets. We were looking at any state that is below 70% to improve by 20%, to go up to 90%, and those which are above 70 to increase by 10% to take them to 80% at least. The rationale was not very clear, but at least at that time, we thought that this was achievable. Still on track, if you look at what is going on. However, there's a lot that needs to be done. We also had the signing of MOUs. I think as of now, James, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think all the states in Africa have signed MOUs for USAP CMA, right? The only remaining one was South Africa, which signed recently. The other area we were looking at was the trip strategy. I talked about that this morning, and we'll talk about it more tomorrow. That was the issue of MRTD's issuance. All states in Africa are now doing that. PKD membership, slow API. The third area was on ratification of international legal instruments, Beijing Protocol and Convention, and the Montreal Convention. The fourth area was on implementation of those very important national programs. The security plan program, security control program, the security training program, and the air transport facilitation program that has further been enforced by the CAT recommendations. The champions were South Africa and Burkina Faso. In fact, South Africa convened a meeting in 2018 in Durban as a champion, and a lot of good things were discussed there with a good report. So Togo and South Africa are the only champions that were able to convene meetings as champions. Economic development of air transport, we were looking at developing policies, implementation of YDA and SATM, the Lome and Antananarivo Declaration, and the participation in Air Transport Forum. The champions were Cote d'Ivoire and Ethiopia. Regarding environment protection, the states were to develop implementation of national plans. At that point, we were only looking at carbon dioxide emissions and due to international civil aviation and the reduction of the impact of the environment and wildlife control. This has changed tremendously since 2016 with the COSHARE coming into place, with the SAF and the AeroTag and the SAP as we talked about this morning. The lead champions were Kenya, and they're still leading in this area with a lot of progress, and Gabon, which is also doing very well, and actually Cameroon is also doing well in this area in the region. On the subsequent DGCA meeting that was held in Niamey, we further called upon the champion states to improve on their leadership. However, I must state here that since we established this mechanism, I think the majority of the DGs that were champions have since either retired or moved from office. So there is need to revisit the championship, to revisit the criteria for the selection, and also assess the impact of that mechanism as had been envisaged. Nonetheless, I must say that there was a lot that was done during the COVID. The CAT recommendation, when they came, we identified champion states that we thought they would help. In the area of safety, Togo was given the mandate to be assisted by Uganda. Public health-related measures, we had Kenya and Gabon. Security and facilitation, we had South Africa and Burkina Faso. And then economic and financial measures, we had Cote d'Ivoire and Ethiopia. And the monitoring and sharing of experiences, we had Nigeria and Rwanda. And I wish to report that Nigeria and Rwanda have performed to their expectations. They were the first ones to organize meetings. In December, we had a meeting, AFCA plenary in Kigali, and we have this meeting in Abuja. They have met their obligations as champions for sharing experiences and convening meetings. Thank you very much for those states. Now, what do we need to do? I think this is the most important area. We need, can somebody help me to? I will leave it, let me do it. We need to look at what action we need to do. According to the Secretariat, we think that we need to review the concept of champions as had been originally adopted and see whether it is effective as is or it can be revised to make it more effective. Number two, there is need to look at how assignments for the champions is done and the terms of reference. Number three, we think that Secretariat should review and propose an updated priority implementation action plan, taking into consideration the situation we're in now, the COVID-19 situation, and the targets that we had put in place, which, some of which have been overtaken by events. I have added some following today's discussion. The fourth one that we have added, we think that it is important to convene a virtual meeting of DGCA dedicated to this particular subject after the Secretariat has reviewed in consultation with the DGs, and we propose a mechanism and see how we can make it more effective. This will be done through a virtual meeting at an appropriate time, in any case, not later than 3 months from today. The last and not least, borrowing from the 30 minutes presentation that we received from Dr. Liu, we have been considering this as the regional offices, and we think we need to expand and move into the future. And we would like to encourage the DGs to follow suit, to consider expanding the discussion and the scope of their championship to include aviation development, as mentioned by Dr. Liu. Very importantly, to include innovation. Rwanda has been thinking about this and being to be a champion in innovation, looking at sustainability, digitalization, and last but not least, the issues to do with how can we increase customer appetite and confidence in aviation. So those areas we think should bring them to the DGs for consideration for inclusion into the discussion. Chair, I submit.
Thank you very much. I know it's always tough when we're putting pressure to reduce the time for the presentation. Thank you. Comments, questions, contributions? Okay. None. So I'll take it that we've all digested, assimilated, and we intend to live by those recommendations contained in the paper. The next item is conclusions and recommendations. I'm going to ask the Secretariat to give a summary of the highlights of the conclusions and recommendations. Because of time, we may not be able to go into full discussions as to the details of this conclusion. Oh, there is. Oh, please, leave us.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I will dispense with the other formalities. I will just say all protocol observed due to time. I think The presentations by the RD was somehow looking at the discussion to come up with recommendations. So unless if I missed it, because I'm not sure in the conclusion of that what they will say, because we have not said anything. So, so there was supposed to be a discussion on how we really re-establish the leadership in those areas highlighted. So perhaps maybe it would assist if we can tackle them one by one. Then we
Can somebody help me display them? Are they legible? Can you read them from there? Okay. So the other ones which are not on the screen here, I will read them loud. So the first one is to review the concept of champions and designation of the champion DGs and advise on its continued relevance. The second one is to, if you may allow me, I would change the word from confirmed to review. Review the assignment of champions, director generals, and TORs, terms of reference. The third is request the Secretariat, if so, to review and propose an updated priority implementation action plan, taking into account the current situation and the latest revised goals and targets under the various ICAO strategic objectives and plans and they be submitted to the Director Generals. The fourth is to request the Secretariat to convene a virtual meeting dedicated to the championship mechanism and pave a way forward. And last but not least, the meeting is invited to urge or encourage DGs to consider expanding the scope of discussion and consideration of the championship mechanisms to cover innovation, digitalization, and sustainability. So those are the 5. Review the concept, review the assignments and TORs, request, review and update the priority action plan by the Secretariat, convene a virtual meeting, and encourage expansion of the championship. Yes.
A point of clarification, RD. From your presentation, we had champions for various initiatives, and then we had champions for during the COVID situation. So the 3 points, do they apply to the original champion list or the champion based on the interventions which were required during the COVID? Thank you.
Good question. During the COVID, we realized we needed to get championship to expedite and accelerate the implementation of the CAT recommendations. And it actually worked, as mentioned by Marco, and as reflected in the data that was displayed. Our anticipation is that with the recovery taking place, and I think it's almost like obvious, that as we recover, the CAT recommendation issue is going to subside, and then we'll revert back to our original concept. This was like an intervention measure because we were now online, we were doing the online intervention activities, and we are looking at states that had specific strength. This, I think, is although it was not specifically stated in this paper, it was an interim measure that was undertaken, not superseding the original concept. But because the original concept had been slow, we thought that by identifying states that were being seen to be, this information was taken from the artificial intelligence, from what was happening online. We were picking at states that were active during the GATT recommendation implementation. So to answer the question, this was an interim. It's likely that this 2.9 will come out, and then we go back to the original concept. If the review process finds that this mechanism is actually relevant and can continue to be effective, which I think it can. So
South Africa.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. From the look of things, it would seem we are not that prepared to review the structure in this meeting. So I will suggest that we agree to allow the Secretariat to convene a virtual meeting, and then we task the Secretariat to come up with a proposal that will trigger the discussion with outlining. When I was saying maybe we needed to tackle them one by one, I was referring to those areas where champions are needed. So, but it will not help in this meeting because we are not prepared for that. So it will outline those areas, and then with recommendations, so which will assist the meeting to quickly deal with it. Otherwise, without clear recommendations, as you have indicated with the changes that have taken place, it will be difficult for some to even understand where you come from and then where you are, where you are going. So I think that can assist if we can resolve on that in that manner. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Agreed. I think that's a good proposal.
Yes, I think it is a good proposal. Also, I want to add that one of the action items is actually to reevaluate the relevance of these champion DGs and whether it's something that we still want to continue with. And in doing that, if the answer will be yes, then we can also now look at the areas in which we want to have the champions, and also the terms of reference and additional guidance on priority implementation action items. So I agree with you, we may not be able to do full justice to the discussion, but I think the virtual meeting where the Secretariat will have prepared enough materials as to the pros and cons of the relevance of the champions and the areas, that will be a good opportunity for us to revitalize this concept of champion DGs. That would be my contribution to the discussion. And then we can go to issue of conclusions and recommendations for all the agenda items. I'm going to yield the floor to the Secretariat to give a summary of the highlights while we have them prepare more detailed conclusions and recommendations, which will be forwarded to all the DGs, and then there will be a further discussion and agreement on those conclusions and recommendations on Friday. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I will start from the end. I think we cannot agree more with the proposal by South Africa regarding the way forward. The purpose or the intent of our paper was to alert that we have set up a mechanism some years back. We think it has to be improved, and the way forward is a good preparation for the meeting where we'll have more background material, more feedback for your consideration, and we come up with a proposal as to which area improvements are needed with proposals. And we'll do it with your contribution, because along the process of the preparation, we'll need your input. So that is what we can take, or what as Secretariat we are taking from the discussion on that presentation by my brother Barry. Otherwise, as the chair said, as per the work program for this week, Friday will be the wrap-up day where we'll review the outcomes of each of the events of this week, more elaborated. Nevertheless, I can provide some highlights. We had the issue of clarification of the scope of the AFI, so that we will be more focused and accurate in the issues we're addressing geographically, as ICAO has a set of regions, and it will also facilitate the inter-regional coordination. Before all the discussions that we had under this agenda item, we had a presentation on the outcomes of the HLCC 2021, and we agreed we should move ahead and commit to the implementation of the outcomes of this very important meeting initiated to address the challenges aviation community globally and regionally is facing due to COVID-19. We had the issue of a single African air transport market, SATEM. We call for more membership in terms of the state joining, because so far we have 35 states out of a continent that has 54 or 55. Then we have the implementation of the provisions of the global plans. We has under APERG the need for states to provide subject matter experts to support the underground work which prepares plenary meetings of RASCAFI, of APERG, and also which support the implementation of the requirements that are contained in the various conclusions which states and stakeholders need to be addressed. That is, in addition to the requirement in the air navigation plans or the SAPs and other guidance material from ICAO. We have the issue of the commitment to open the borders as a result of the mitigation measures that were taken. Most of the states have introduced restrictions, including border closure, and we are calling for states in taking into consideration the, should I say, positive evolution that we are looking at, and also what we have learned to manage the pandemics, to move ahead with easing transport operations. In our case, we are talking of air transport, but we are thinking of intermodal transport that would facilitate exchanges between states. We have the call for more commitment to implement SSC. In such a wide continent with so many countries, only one, according to our record, has fully implemented, that is level 4 of SSP. Let's commit to that, implementing some recommendations stemming from RASC AFI. We have a call for cooperation. I think we just discussed the issue of DGs. Do we need a mechanism? We need it because we said we must work together. And it was underscored under COVID, where we identified the need to work more closer and together. And this togetherness help us address the challenges which are common and ahead of us. In the area of environment, we call for states that have not yet developed their state action plans or have not yet volunteered to participate in COORSIA to do so. Aviation is committed to global goals. The SecGen highlighted the long-term goals that we have in the area of environment in terms of aspirational goals as we have. So we have to contribute to the aviation community, for the aviation community to meet the set goals. We have the basket of measures, you have some other ideas, but under COORSIA and under the state action plans, let's promote. I think without making another speech, I just want to take advantage of EU here in the room for the EU ICAO project, which we have implemented in the region and are still implementing in its phase 2. For the time being, we have 10 more states benefiting. So, Chair, this is a hint of the recommendations, conclusions that we have captured. We will put them in a proper format and provide the input of the DGCA meeting to the outcomes of this 7th edition of the AFI Week. I'm sure we didn't capture everything, but be assured we have everything in our records, and then we'll come up to that session where we will be reviewing the outcome of each event, starting with this 9th meeting of the DGCA. Yeah, Chair, I delivered on my assignment to give some highlights on the outcome of this very important meeting. We thank all of you for your support. We have shared the material from the Secretariat, from partners, and we'll take it from there. Thank you very much.
Much, RD. We have come to the end of the DGCA meeting today, and on behalf of my DG, I want to appreciate everybody for your contribution and active participation in the discussions. It's really, okay. Very So, just as we said earlier on, the conclusions and recommendations will be properly articulated and formatted, and then will be shared with all the DGs for your review and contributions in terms of what we discussed and what we agreed. And then we will have that discussion on those conclusions and recommendations on Friday in the morning as part of the program for Friday. Thank you very much. I want to make an announcement on the remaining program for the day. We have a cocktail. I think yeah, red carpet, okay. So the cocktail was originally planned to start at 7 o'clock, but I just got reports that it might rain, and we are expecting that if it rains, it will stop before 7:30. So we are moving the cocktail to 7:30. That is to allow the rain to subside, because it's open. Of course, there's canopy, but if it's raining and it's heavy, the canopy will not protect us very well. So that is the new timing for the cocktail. Meanwhile, the red carpet can start at 6:30, weather permitting, and I understand red carpet is about taking pictures and networking before the cocktail. That will be from 6:30. Thank you very much once again. So, we'll see you.
Ladies and gentlemen, just want to announce the venue for the cocktail. It's the Transcorp Hilton Water Fountain outside here. Thank you very much.